greatest thing I've ever seen. You're overdue. I just felt it's something that makes you look good, and that's cool, and you know, I'm all for it, but I think you need to tone this down because now it's getting obtrusive to the show. But they can go in the afternoon for a U.S.
Hold
show,
on a second.
As they did there, and they can do 180,000 buys for an afternoon show, which they've also done for All In. So
okay,
we know they can do. We know they can do big.
Can I continue this before you cut me off? We know one thing.
Yes.
We know it might have done well because it went on first.
I'm not saying it would.
Here's my thing, Dave.
But here's okay. Wait. Okay, here's the thing. Oh my God, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen. I mean, it didn't mean anything to me. It was just a match.
That's the problem, Dave. It should mean something to you.
Give him a quick squash win just to show that, like, you know, he's not a loser.
Ooh, what's up, everybody? Welcome to another edition of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks.
Fucking Mark!
That's right, Phil S. Marks, and I am here today to roast Dave H. Meltzer. What's up, guys? This is episode 19, which this show's been popping off, and I'm grateful for it. So make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe. You can super chat in, you can rate it 5 stars, you can hit retweet, you can hit the heart, all of that good stuff, all of those good things. And today we are covering how Booker T lays the smackdown on Dave Meltzer, how he did once before on the Jericho Cruise, how he did again in response to the 2025 Wrestling Observer Newsletter Awards, how Kenny Omega is the GOAT to this day, and anytime Dave has a chance to talk about Kenny Omega, he is going to glaze him like all things holy. Lying is thy gimmick is what I also titled this. I don't know why. I was feeling cute. It's feeling cutesy. And Dave Meltzer, he just lies so much it's become his gimmick. It's literally he says other people have gimmicks. Well, what's your gimmick then, Dave? Being called out and proven wrong about shit than just ignoring it. So we're gonna get into all of that.
Meltzer Inferno.
We're gonna get into all of that and more. Okay, because it is time for everyone's favorite segment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. And it's not a segment, it's a show, folks. Not a segment. It is a show that is true. And there are bonus episodes if playing flutes is your sort of thing. So I want to start with some of the stuff that has sort of blown over and that we've already touched on before we get into some other stuff, just overall hilarity. So Dave Meltzer had to admit what I called him out for. And I touched on this a little bit already, but Dave Meltzer had to admit that Powerhouse Hobbs, when he said, oh, he's getting something like a Bryan Danielson when he first started an AEW deal. And I'm like, 2 million plus. Dave had to retract that. So the note last week was incorrect in the sense that the AEW offer for him. So it was incorrect in the sense, not that it was incorrect, but it was incorrect in this sense that the AEW offer for Powerhouse Hobbs Royce Keys was said to be not close to what Bryan Danielson got to jump, but still a very strong 5-year contract offer. So it was wrong in the sense that it wasn't as much, but it was a strong deal, but it wasn't nearly as close to $2 million like I tried to lie, $2 or $3 million that I tried to lie about. So in a sense, it was only incorrect. It wasn't just flat out incorrect. Fucking guy. The belief is that he committed to WWE sometime back, since those in WWE had been expecting him to come when his AEW deal was up for several months. So again, lying by implication, implying that WWE was contract tampering, or it's so cringy how he does this shit. And that's an epic own, because I called him out for that, and fucking he had to retract it. He was forced to. He got smashed to oblivion because of Phil Marks. And Another thing I smashed him on was Dave Meltzer saying people are deathly afraid of facts. Just days ago, he said Sami Zayn's hometown was Saudi Arabia, and then Uncle Eazy-E was like, I just can't help it. So I'm NWO for life, brah. I was initiated. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but Uncle E, I'm waiting for that that phone call back. Hit me up, buddy. Check your DMs. So more of Phil Marks owning Dave Meltzer. He talked about how Braun Breaker was scheduled to win the Royal Rumble. And Dave says he was the odd man out when they moved Drew McIntyre to that top 4 position. And we already talked about this, but it's like Roman Reigns was the odd man out of WrestleMania. Breaker was the odd man out of the Rumble. Dave Meltzer is the odd man out of his fucking mind. And it's true. He keeps saying like, oh, this guy's the odd man out. This guy's the odd man out. And then it's just blown up in his face multiple times. I have me owning him, I think, once or twice more in here. And pardon the doom scrolling, but we got to do what we got to do here in Phil Marks bookmarks. So, Dave Meltzer called someone a grifter recently, and I had to educate Dave Meltzer because he doesn't like to study and learn things, and he fears facts. And I had to point out in a tweet, I might have scrolled past it at this point, actually, but I just said, look, dude, grifting, because he calls people grifters when he just disagrees with them. And it's like, that's not what grifting is, Dave. Just because you disagree with someone, it doesn't make them a grifter or a Nazi or a fucking whatever other, a pedo or whatever fucking term. People in the Epstein files, I don't know about those guys. I think maybe you could fucking, hey, I'm just saying. I think those guys, you can call them whatever you want, okay? But as far as just like everyday people, just because you disagree with them, that's not what grifter means. Everybody uses terms that they don't fucking understand. One of them is the grifter thing, and it's like, Dave, grifting is like running a petty scam to rip people off of money for long term, swindling people. This is it right here. So this guy, Alan Cheapshot, says fans and critics are allowed to evaluate creative booking, match quality, and audience response differently from network executives whose priority is scale and return on investment, but you already knew that, etc. Dave Meltzer says, you're responding to a gimmick. He's irrelevant without the gimmick, and the AEW is losing money grift ran out of steam. So there's not a grift because you disagree that some people's assessments of AEW, people more qualified than you, Dave, is that they're losing money. Or if we take a guy like Thurston, who I don't care what anyone says, Thurston 10 times. Thurston's just funny and depressed, and it's like, I don't know how people would listen to his Eeyore ass talking about fucking, he just sounds miserable. He's mad at the Fed. We covered it. They didn't send him a press pass or whatever. It is what it is. But Thurston, like when he breaks down the economics of shit, I trust him a billion times more than I do Dave Meltzer.
Poor people don't like AEW.
And Dave Meltzer, if we take the 185 million at face value, then according to people like Thurston and other people who've crunched numbers, who claim just the roster alone costs more than $100 million a year or whatever the fuck, then it doesn't matter. Like some people would argue, no, they're losing money for sure. People who would be in the know. People who know Tone say he just fucking chucks the cash around. That's why it's and he still does it. And that's why it's so disappointing that the production gets skipped out on and shit like this in AEW. And Dave will never critique it that way, but in his opinion, they're making money. He doesn't actually know. And if he does know, and if Tone's told him or Tone's shown him the books, then isn't there some sort of conflict of interest as far as Dave Meltzer's reported, like, we can't trust you, buddy, unless, you know, why? So he cracks the books open for you and then publicly tells everyone they don't know, and then you don't report shit. So you're CNN, is what? But it's like, it's not a grift to have the opinion that AEW's losing fucking money, which a lot of people have. What's the grift? Let me inform everyone on something. Jim Cornette would have the biggest pro wrestling podcast if AEW existed or didn't exist. So it's not a grift for him to assume, from being in the wrestling business for how many decades, that they're likely losing fucking money. Okay? That's not this crazy thing. So Dave Meltzer's calling people saying they have gimmicks, and AEW is losing money. Grift ran out of steam. And I explained this, like, since Dave Meltzer fears facts and doesn't study or learn anything, let me explain something. Grifting isn't having an opinion on something you disagree with. Grifting is lying about and omitting facts for 50% off, $14.99 all year long. Quit projecting. And I've been calling Dave the great projector, the projector, and all these things for a long time, months. 19 episodes of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment. How many hundreds of segments before? And he started calling himself the Reflector. I'm the great reflector. He literally said that. He's listening to PWT, period, point blank, and he knows what the fuck is going on, and he knows the shit. And some of his responses are him responding to PWT, to Phil Marks, without fucking responding to me, you know, the same way he does to Niccolo Piccolo and some of these guys. Why would he call himself the great reflector when I'm pointing out how he's a projectionist all the time? It's cooked, man. So I think he said that too, the great reflector. But one thing that went down recently was the Observer Awards. Okay. And we're going to talk more about the Booker T stuff in a bit. But first, you know, these awards went down, and, you know, we saw AEW tout them as they did with the Sports Illustrated. They made a whole graphic and all of this stuff in black and gold. And Dave Meltzer got called out by the likes of myself and many other people, the entire IWC, and just the Wrestling Observer fan base in general. So Alfred Konowa posted here, friend of the show, at This Is Nasty. He said 2/3 of the Incel Award winners were Dave Meltzer demands disguised as predictions, which is actually on the low end. These are the Meltzer Awards. They only represent the preferences of a slow adult in a jet black wig and his special lemming friends. Okay, and this is because people were fucking coping and seething. You see the same brain dead take. Dave doesn't pick the winners. Do people realize actually it's voted on?
Poor people don't like AEW.
Okay, but he tells people what to pick. And we've covered it here on the show. And as a matter of fact, the cope going around as well is, well, then he must really love WWE, because look at the year before, the last year when Triple H won, or it was like 2 years ago. Yeah, buddy, we chronicled it here at PWT or on DMDMW just before this was its own goddamn show. Dave had to tell his audience to vote Triple H on a technicality. So I already know ahead of you. Okay? We're 10 fucking steps ahead of you. We're 10 full flutes ahead of you, buddy. He had to tell his audience to vote for Triple H on a technicality. Well, the business they're doing, that's an old ep, bud. Did that fucking 2 seasons ago. What are you talking about? He told his listeners on a technicality, essentially, and I broke it all down. Well, the business they're doing, it's undeniable. I mean, clearly they're doing something right. And he had to do this whole... There was 1 year also where his readers picked Tony Khan. I think the year before that. And Dave Meltzer had to Dave Meltzer had to write a thing after as well saying, although Tony Khan did do great matches, Triple H fucking, the houses they did were undeniable, and realistically, he should have won. So that was him telling his audience, like, no, you're going to pick this, just like Mystico. Like a fucking year ago, Meltzer said what, pointed it out. He's like, this is him planting the seeds of Mystico's going to win this fucking award. You fast forward all this time, and he's pushing for Mystico. They vote Mystico. And do you know how you can tell it's Dave's influence? Because you look at the number 2, 3, 4 picks as well. That's the beauty of the way Observer does this, like, redacted point system, right? That's the beauty of it, because you get to also see what his readers and listeners voted 2, 3, and 4 and shit like that. And when you have Vic Joseph making the list, Vic fucking Joseph making the list of worst commentators, like,
oh my God,
worst
it's the greatest thing I've
commentary
ever
guys.
seen.
You fucked up. You literally could not be more out of touch. Period. You could not be. When you have fucking Excalibur, Danielson, this guy, like, and then you have NXT Worst Show, Booker T, Vic Joseph. They're just putting it all there because NXT Worst Show, because Bryan Alvarez got humiliation ritual this year into telling us it was a bad show. How the fuck does everyone vote for what are some of the Saya Kamatani on some of these women's MVP? Saya Kamatani over Io Sky. If it was a general objective audience of listeners, Io Sky would have won just because she's way more famous and drew more and has way better matches and everyone knows who the fuck she is and works with all the top talent. It's really all it fucking boils down to. So here, Alfred Konuwa assembled a chart, not to get way off into the weeds again on this, but he put together a chart of what Dave Meltzer suggested and what and who won each category. And so, like, tag team of the year, Dave's prediction was Sky Team. Sky Team. Let's look that up. Okay, so it's an airline alliance, and there's a video game, or there's a board game. Okay, Sky Team Wrestling. The CMLL World Trios champions El Sky Team, Mystico and Mascara Dorada. Like, you know what I'm saying?
You what?
How could that possibly win? And that was his prediction. So then the Young Bucks won and not Sky Team. See, they don't listen to Dave. Oh, really? I bet Sky Team is on the list, and also they do listen to Dave because they're watching AEW. You know? So Dave's like, Bandito versus Takeshita was my prediction. Okay, people picked Omega Gabe Kidd because they're sickos and they're going to watch an Omega match. Bandito versus Takeshita and Ring of Honor or whatever the fuck. Even the uberest sickos aren't going to watch. So there's a couple. What are the odds that 90%, and this is 2/3 of the Incel Award winners, is what Alfred Konuwa says. So I don't know if he crunched the exact numbers on that, but it's insane. It's actually fucking cooked. And yeah, best major show, Double or Nothing, All In. Best announcer, Danielson. No, you don't believe that, period. Nobody actually believes that, not even Drain Bamager or any of these assholes. So yeah, just exposed again. And this lines up every fucking year. And when people make these arguments, oh, well, what about when they voted Triple H? Yeah, he had to spend like a year straight convincing them that Triple H should have fucking won the shit. They almost gave it to him retroactively, it felt like. Because honestly, even in Triple H's first year, how much of that can you give to Vince McMahon as well, who like set a bunch of that shit in motion. Not trying to take anything away from Trips, but it's like, it's undeniable when they do that kind of business. You know, it's about drawing money and all this shit, like Dave would say, but not when it fits his agenda that he's trying to get over. Now, maybe you could make the argument that CMLL deserves one of these awards. I would say you could give Triple H Promoter of the Year, because love him or hate him, what is everyone crying about? All this shit he's promoted on that's doing gangbusters, and he's got his fingerprints on everything, and WWE's hot, regardless of what Dave wants to say it peaked, it didn't. And yeah, sure, even if it peaked for what, this year, for 2 years, and then it fucking goes back, ebbs and flows, it's a fucking been around for 60 years and shit like this. But meanwhile, all of wrestling's seeing a boom. I think that's undeniable. But even the likes of Bryan Alvarez are calling out Dave Meltzer on his terrible awards. So trying Bryan, fighting back a bit. He's allowed to fight back for like a few months, and then the humiliation rituals start up again in the second half of the year, you know. But as of now, I think this is Bryan roasting the Observer Awards.
This is the worst I've ever seen out of the Observer Awards. And it's not even close. Worst match of the year, John Cena versus Cody Rhodes.
Oh,
guys.
What? They come on?
328 of you need your voting privileges revoked. The worst match of the year, and it's not even a question. It's not even an opinion. This actually isn't even subjective. This is objective. Minoru Suzuki and Butterbean was the worst match I have ever seen in my whole life. It was the worst match Dave has ever seen in his entire life. It was horrible, beyond words, and it came in second.
Bryan,
to John Cena and Cody Rhodes.
It wasn't just Minoru Suzuki versus Butterbean. It was Minoru Suzuki versus Butterbean in a rounds match with Dan Severn as the referee, who actively made it worse somehow. He was like an active participant in the match, making it worse. I think he was applying holds to them at some point. That match was putrid.
Yeah, well, I'll agree with that. I don't know. I didn't even see it, but I'm pretty sure Butterbean had to get DDP Yoga back to health or whatever. So even Bryan calling it out. And yeah, the Observer voters, like, we took a look at the one dude and his fucking penmanship, and it was terrible. And not trying to like shit on a dude for having terrible writing or whatever, but it's like, it's embarrassing. Even Bry's got to call it out. So we have lots and lots to get to here. We're going to get into Dave getting pwned a little bit. I'm not a shark, I'm a man. For two, says Phil Baumaye. The Baumaye! That's who they voted above Vic Joseph, that Walker guy. And again, no offense to the dude, but he's trying to like emulate Excalibur, and it's terrible. Thank you so much for the super chat. Plenty and Pixel for 5 says, my tabby cat says Dave's worst lie was when he said WBD blocked the Brody chat. My orange boy says we should give AEW a chance. I mean, he is orange. Yeah, I mean, listen, dude, I've been given AEW chances, so tell your orange boy that we've been doing that. And blocked the Brody chat. Yeah. Well, thank you. I meant chant. Yeah, okay. I was like, because, yeah, chat en français aussi. For those who know, you know. So I was like, what the fuck are you saying? Because you're talking about cats. But yeah, don't be sorry, and thank you guys so much for the support. I was confused, bro. I was like, what's going on? Round of applause for the community. So Dave Meltzer, he continuously gets pwned here by people, and you know, he does a lot of doom and gloom and fear mongering when it comes to AEW, and we can see where some of his biases come from, and we have some funny fails and just some tales, some David tales, okay, before we get into WWE and AEW too specifically. So Dave Meltzer, this is from Meltzer Said What the Goat. Dave says, I had a hernia for 26 years and didn't know it. Also, Dave, this is how I sit at my desk. So let's listen to this clip. I don't even know what this is. It's just going to be some random gem that Meltzer Said What dug up.
I mean, I had hip pain from time to time, you know, dating back 28 years, okay? And sometimes a little bit of snag in my abs and everything like that. And I just figured that it was, I actually kind of half-assed thought, you know, maybe I have that because Terry Funk had it. And I listened to Terry Funk talk to me about it for like years.
Well, quit butt fucking yourself, buddy. Maybe you want quit smelling your own farts and sucking your own dick all the time, dude. Maybe it would fucking help it out a little bit.
Years and years and years and years. And I mean, you know, Terry Funk really had a terrible issue, you know, when he had it because he had surgery and the doctor told him, you know, I mean, I don't want you up for.
Yeah, you had yours from huffing your own farts. He got his from like actually scrapping it out with people with Dusty Rhodes and Flair and shit in the ring, bud.
Weeks. I don't want you up at all. I want you to rest. Don't lift anything, blah, 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 right? Well, he had a booking like that weekend in New York.
New York.
Or something. It was for Tommy Dreamer's show. And so gets out of the hospital and he flies to Buffalo and just in ungodly pain. And, you know, they had to send him back home. But, you know, it was absolutely one of the stupidest things that you could possibly do.
So why did he took a Terry Funk story and just like made it about himself and his own hip pain and how, well, I know I'm an expert in hip pain, Bryan. He always does this. He's like, he literally tells a story, and this is on the Patreon exclusive episode of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, the first one I did, where he talks about like all of his best friends, and he literally at one point goes, there was a girl who lived 4 doors down, like the other neighborhood and 4 doors down, and we didn't hang out, but we were kind of friends. I don't know what to call it, but like we would have hang out in the same friend group and stuff, but she was on the news talking about Trump and China. So I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about when it comes to Trump and China. And so I'm not joking. He literally does that. He goes that far, like a girl. And I'm not exaggerating. I wish I was. A girl who lived the block over and 4 doors down. We were really good friends. Well, not really good friends, but I don't even know what you'd call it. And it's like, Dave, so you were acquaintances or like it was someone who went to your school that you didn't know or something? Like, why are you so fucking weird? What is this? Why would you know? How does that make you an expert? Because you saw someone you met once on the news. Like, he's so insane.
And he was just like, well, I didn't
and
want
he
to
does this with fucking injuries. My friend was an Olympian, one of the top Olympic doctors of all time. My friend was in the Olympics for volleyball and shit. And I'm not joking. These aren't even fucking riffs. This is really what he says.
You know, I didn't want to miss his booking, let alone for Tommy Dreamer, because he really loved Tommy Dreamer. But it was absolutely one of the most ill-conceived things he could ever do. And I mean, for years and years, he was never the same. I mean, never the same after that. He was always in pain. He was going to the Mayo Clinic. They couldn't fix it.
Yeah, that's what back and hip pain does to you, buddy.
So I was always sort of worried. But anyway, so a couple of years ago, my hip was bothering me, and I just figured, So
he brings it to Terry Funk, and he's acting like what? Oh, me and Terry Funk went through the same things. You should respect me and what I've done for this business. I swear to God, that's what he's doing. You should respect me and what I've done for this business.
He had
Bryan.
that Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
You know, Terry Funk had a hip problem. I had one, too. We're the same. I've done so much for pro wrestling. I'm a master, Bryan. My hips. What a fucking tool
The
bag.
squats when I was younger. I know enough people with hip replacements.
He was never the same. Yeah, he was never the same doing moonsaults off ladders on House of Hardcore shows. You don't do that. You take steroids, sit in a fucking office filled with paper, a fucking fire hazard, if anyone's ever seen one in their goddamn lives, scribbling about AEW all day, jerking off and fucking typing on a computer, dude. That's what the fuck you do. So who gives a shit? Get a fucking get a back pillow. Get one of those fucking airplane pillows. Get a gamer chair. Quit your bitching. Shut the fuck up. No one cares. Get one of those Joe Rogan chairs that he has that he tells everybody he loves so much on his pod. Right? Who gives a shit? Oh, Terry Funk was never the same after all those bumps he took off a ladder. And, you know, I felt a little hip pain and I was worried that I would never be the same at fucking making tight, not even being able to spell check your fucking shit reg. What are you talking about, man?
Bigger, you know, I'm probably on that direction. And it's like, all right,
On the
fucking
direction of Terry Funk. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude.
Liar!
This is crazy.
I wasn't that scared of it.
It's not even a lie. It's just a delusion.
You know, whatever. So I went to see the doctor, and he just goes, your hip's fine. And I was like stunned. He goes, but I think you probably have a hernia. So I got checked. I had a hernia. And so I was going to go in for surgery. And the doctor, you know, we had a discussion, and it was basically like, you don't need.
So he had a hernia. And then, yeah, this is how he's sitting. With his one leg on the ground. Oh my god. And look at all the papers. Like, why would there be all of those papers? Like, even look on the ground. Why would there be all of those papers? It's not even like messy organized. It's just writing shit. Oh no, that wasn't right. Redo it. Like, what are you? Well, you know, I'm a mad genius.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
So you just throw these fucking papers all over the ground. And that's all you can do. Insane. I can't rack my brain around it, Bryan. Like, look at all these fucking papers. What could possibly be on them? And that's all he does about it is just kneel on one knee, takes a knee on the pile of papers. Jesus Christ. Like, that's a tripping, slipping fire hazard. My word. So Dave Meltzer, he continues to get pwned here. Meltzer said, what, post this? WrestleMania tickets are 25% off until Monday night. For the people that want to say WWE is on the way down, a non-sold out WrestleMania, if you're 10,000 shy, that's a talking point. So we'll listen to Dave here. At least he's being somewhat reasonable in this take.
It's from now until Monday at midnight. They're 25% discount on all WrestleMania tickets. So we'll see how much that moves. You know, no matter what they announce, they could go out there and announce 65,000 people when they have 50. It's not like that's never been done before. But I think in this day and age, with the savviness of people,
He'll never say this about All In.
They're going to know WrestleMania didn't sell out. And I don't think WWE wants that one at all. The idea that they could not sell out WrestleMania. So it's, you know, that's why this has been such a big thing there. You know, to me, it's like, oh, you're down. What do you expect? Ticket price is too high anyway. And it's a lesson. Like next year,
he's like, it's such a big thing there. Is it a big thing? Like, are they all running around scrambling backstage? You know, I'm sure they do want to sell it. I'm sure they are like, oh, fuck, we would have sold 10, 20K more tickets last time each night. You know, I'm with them on that. The gouging is fucking ridiculous. I'm with everyone on that. I'm actually kind of with Dave when he's like, well, it's lower this year. Who gives a fuck? I think that's the right approach, honestly.
2 years from now, you lower the prices. Next year's doesn't even matter. But I think
this wouldn't even be an issue if they just didn't go to Vegas again.
It's not it's the idea for people who want to say WWE is on the way down, a non-sold out WrestleMania, and by that I mean not 1,000 shy, but if you're 10,000 shy, that's a talking point already. Even if the gate is higher because ticket prices are higher, and if the main reason is ticket prices, and I know from people in Vegas, and we've heard, the tourism is down.
Yeah, tourism in general, maybe in Vegas, people are all complaining about Vegas. I don't know about if in general, but it seems to be that way. And this is other people other than Dave, people more reputable than Dave, of course, talking about that well before he did, but at least he's being reasonable there. Okay, so that actually might warrant a based Meltzer for. But then the GOAT Meltzer said, what has to own him? He's like, Wrestling Observer subscriptions are 50% off almost all year. For people that want to say F4W is on the way down, a never-ending subscription sale, that's a talking point. And this is a bit like, I get why Meltzer said what points this out. Because Dave does sort of dog whistle, if you will, or he arms people with what to say. Hey, if you want to say that they're down because they're going to lie about 10,000, like, hey, if they're just going to make up that there's 10,000 more people there, hey, I mean, that's a talking point you could use. And Dave does that. He points out spins like, hey, if you're going to spin it, we've covered this. And so he's being reasonable about it while arming sycophants to fucking then go turn around and say, well, I mean, they're down 10,000. They lied about that. You know what I mean? So I get why Meltzer said what is going to felt Dave on this one, and then just point out how 50% off first month of F4W memberships. This was last year. It's an ongoing gag. New subscriber sale, 50% off the first month, $750 for that. Wrestling F4W come on back sale. So for the people we lost, if you sign back up, we got a deal for you. The President's Day sale. What day is it today? A Martin Luther King Day? We got a Martin Luther King Day sale there, Bryan.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
Oh, man. So shout out Meltzer said what for that one. So Meltzer said what also points out how Dave, as we do these flashback Daves here and just funny stories and whatnot, I've talked about this one. I brought it up a few times. We covered it a long time ago on PWT live show or podcast, but this is the legendary story of Dave going to a PWG Bola Battle of Los Angeles as the crowd chanted 5-star match. And this is why Fingershay does what he does, because Tone will pay him. Like, Tone and Dave fucking love Stinkashay, right? So as they wait with bated breath for Dave to throw 5 fingers up in the air while Ricochet and Ospreay stare at him as he receives kisses from the wrestlers. Okay? So this is a story Dave told. We covered this a while ago, but it's good for the, a little flashback, Dave. And what wasn't mentioned, when Dave threw the 5 fingers up, Ospreay and Ricochet did the splits on it for TKO on 2 of those fingers each. No. But yeah, so he held the 5 up in the air like Booker T, or they awaited for him. Like, Dave was over with that sicko crowd of PWG, and that's why the Bucks are like, we might bring it back. And this is why Ricochet and Ospreay, they're 5-star merchants. This is why Ricochet does what he does, and he responds to Dave, and people will say Dave is blah blah blah. It's like, buddy, we all know you were twerking it for him back in your old indie days and shit, but that's the problem. Like, that's precisely the problem.
There were plenty of 4-star matches and up, and the scene at the end of that 6-man with Ospreay and Ricochet and Seidel. Did you hear about that scene?
No. Tell everybody.
The scene at the end of the match. Did you hear about that scene, Bryan? Brian's like, no, why don't you let them know, Dave? how they fucking blew you, so you talk about it on this podcast before there's a bunch of popular wrestling podcasts.
It was quite the scene. So, Osprey. Oh, let me see. So they won with a simultaneous. Osprey, Ricochet, and Seidel all did shooting star presses on the Bucks and Adam Cole at the same time. And when it was over, it was just the perfect climax to an incredible match.
It was the perfect climax. It was incredible. I needed a cigarette after this climax. Bryan.
The place starts chanting 5-star match, 5-star match. And then Ricochet and Osprey just like start staring at me. So
gay? No, I'm just joking, but dude. Oh, it was quite climactic. I mean, they're all chanting 5-star match. And then Osprey and Ricochet were looking over at me for the nod. I'm like fucking Carson. Oh my God, dude. Dude, it's like, yeah, he gave me the nod and I came over. I was allowed to sit on the couch. Right? Like, what the fuck? They were looking for my approval. The Johnny I gave them the Meltzer nod. Right? The Johnny Carson nod. You guys know what I'm talking about? Jesus Christ. It's so cringy.
Apparently, everybody said that if I had held up five hands at that, 5 fingers.
Apparently, everybody said. Who's everybody?
Apparently, everybody said that if I had held up five hands at that, 5 fingers at that point, that it would have been the biggest pop of the night. But in fact, I didn't.
Even though the match was so climactic, Bryan. Well, I would have still got the biggest pop of the night, and my hip hurts like Terry Funk.
Do that. So. It wasn't the biggest pop of the night, but there were a million.
You're like that wrestling bear. You just won't communicate. You won't
sell.
You won't sell. That's right.
Yeah.
Got to go along with the
I won't sell. He's such a mark for
finish.
himself.
And then they kissed me.
I did hear about that.
You did hear that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That was only Matt. He kissed me. It was actually during the match.
Then they kissed me. Yeah. Then the Young Bucks, they kissed me during the match too. Yeah, I heard about. Yeah, I watched that a few times. I have the picture saved in a folder. I mean, yeah, I heard about that. What the fuck, buddies? Like, this is it. Dave's just marking out for himself. And do you guys get it? You guys starting to get it now? You guys starting to get it now? Why he's so invested? Man, I understand when people say Dave's being paid. He's being paid. Maybe. I'm kind of convinced with like he's the consultant. He took Cornette's job. I'm kind of fucking on board with that, honestly. But this is why you see the certain behavior, the certain cope. Like, Osprey and Dave, they're making out. He's talking about their kissing, dude. They've swapped spit. You don't think they've swapped DMs, like crying about the Fed before and during AEW's existence?
It wasn't after the match, but
there's a photo of you going around too. I don't know if you've heard about that.
Which one? Talk to me about that off air. See, I told you. Oh shit, he admits. Bryan admits. See, I said it. He has a picture saved on his computer. Listen.
But
there's a photo of you going around too. I don't know if you've heard about that.
Oh shit, I called him out. And then listen to the awkward silence after. Oh, I think he paused it, but still, I called him out, dude. Bryan has fucking pictures saved away. So you remember that, right? I remember. And so Meltzer said what responds, like quote tweeted that and just refreshed everybody's minds while also responding to Dave Meltzer here. And he says, we owe Tony an apology. Dave was the original money mark. And if you look here, fans, including Dave Meltzer, throwing money into the ring at PWG. So he was literally throwing money at the Bucks or some luchadors. They kissed him. They took weird pictures. Apparently,
life, you gotta be a
Dave
hoe.
seemed really awkward about these mysterious pictures, quote unquote, going around, and he was throwing money at them like strippers. And so we do know that money has exchanged hands here in this relationship between Dave and people in AEW. We know that for sure now. So there's no turning back. I mean, it's documented here. And this Greg Phillips guy says, I think generally the fast-paced, hyper-athletic stuff is what attracts and impresses non-fans. Ricochet, Ospreay, Ray, Eddie, etc. It makes them go, whoa, these guys really are athletes. Nuance, psychological, blah, blah, blah. No, I vehemently disagree. Good storytelling in a match is good storytelling in a fucking match, and especially because let's not act like when Seth Rollins wrestles, he doesn't do crazy athletic dope shit. Or they don't have incredible feats of strength and things like this in WWE style like they do. You can't tell me AJ doesn't do amazing shit. But it's about the build-up, and it's about telling the story in a certain way. Now, if you want the TikTok brain scrolling the timeline quickly, here's a sequence, super kick, flip, driver, whatever. Okay, maybe, yeah. Like, that's kind of what made the Young Bucks pop. People were just seeing clips of them go around. People were starting to meme, take GIFs, and take clips, like video clips, and upload them to social media in the 2010s. Before that, it was just images and text posts and hashtags. Okay? And then it became, like, if you come up with a couple funny hashtags, whatever, then it became like memes and GIFs. So, like, just an image with text on it or a GIF. And then it became longer GIFs. Then it became full-blown video clips and AI edits and shit now. So the video clips, yeah, for sure. If you take someone to the matches, like let's say you take someone to a house show and Ricochet comes out and he starts flipping around, people are like, that was fucking cool. 100%. When Dragon Lee and AJ go out there and do what they do in the tag division, 100%. Yes, it's like a, how do you explain it? It's like the potatoes. It's like the gravy on the potatoes, but it ain't the chicken. Do you know what I'm saying? Is that a good explanation of, like, it's real fucking good? It can be in doses, but it's not the meal, right? It's like it's the accoutrement. It's something that makes certain wrestlers and wrestling special and unpredictable for sure. You have two guys go out there, Billy Kidman and Rey Mysterio, and they just go fucking nuts. And it's not even like you can't have it happen a few times in a card. And it's not like if you don't build up to a pay-per-view and then everyone just goes ham, it doesn't work either. But clearly, as has been established in all of the most successful pro wrestling companies, too much of it is not the way to go. That's when it becomes super indie, too much of it, and people start laughing at it and making fun of it and shit, including an online clip form, because there's a bunch of people who would laugh at those clips or see what the Bucks do and go, oh, that's pretty crazy. Those guys are nuts. And then it turned into whatever the fuck Orange Cassidy's doing. And then those clips are going viral. And a bunch of people are going, this is why I stopped watching wrestling. What the fuck happened to wrestling? So I just totally disagree with, like, that's what'll bring casuals in. Wrong. The casuals are watching WWE by all metrics. And there's a reason for that. Now, there's some casuals that'll float in and see what AEW's got going on, but those are wrestling fans who just don't really give a fuck about AEW, probably don't watch TNA, probably care about TNA less and things like this. But anyways, though, Dave Meltzer says, yeah, Ricochet versus Ospreay was the match that got my son into wrestling, although he's not that into it, because when your first live shows are PWG, Tokyo Dome, Miyahara title matches, and Double or Nothing, weekly pro wrestling isn't going to do much for you. So look at what Dave's admitting here. It's so crazy. Like, people don't, I don't know if people just don't fucking see through this shit. What is he admitting here? That it's about move orgasms. He likes move porn, folks.
Dummy. Yeah.
Gotcha, you fucking sicko. It's about move porn. You know? So if those were such great, well-booked wrestling shows with the best wrestling in the world, wouldn't he be more inclined to want to watch weekly wrestling shows? Wouldn't AEW be his favorite thing in the fucking world like it is yours, Dave?
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
He's literally saying, but when your first events you go to are like these crazy ass, they just do PWG is one of the sloppiest feds of all time. Go back and watch it. It was crazy, wild, reckless. It has an amazing atmosphere. I would love watching the clips and the matches when they would get uploaded, few and far between. When they started getting uploaded, people share. I loved it. Trust me, as much as the next guy. It's fucking crazy. It was different. It was something to see. But even then, you'd have to admit, well, this is sloppy shop. But these guys are going all out. Look at this crazy super kick into this, into this. Yeah, that's for hardcore wrestling fans and shit. If you show that to people, they're not fucking into it, bro. Like, I'm sorry. Watch anime. If that's, I'm just joking. But it's like, it was a cool vibe and everything, but it's sloppy shop. Everyone can admit that. Ricochet's a way cleaner wrestler now than he was when he was doing shit in PWG. But it's for Dave, it's just move, sequence, dive, move. It doesn't have to look good. It doesn't have to be safe. And not that it all needs to be safe either. Pro wrestling inherently is dangerous, okay? So it's just a matter of, like, it doesn't matter if the refs are made to look stupid or the rules are, there are no rules. It has the sports element of it. What pro wrestling's rooted in is the shoot aspect. It's how it started. And then it became more flagrant and vibrant and all of this stuff because guys were still trying to draw money. And that's where the entertainment value comes in. But he puts no merit on the actual, like, sport of it. And part of the sport of it is treating it as if it's real. For instance, if I watched an MMA fight and you got dumped on your head 14 times, like, you're fucking KO'd, most likely, you know? It's not, I mean, you can look at the occasional instance where Fedor gets suplexed on his head, then he gets up and wins the match really quickly. And I'm not saying you can't suplex people and have them get up and win a fucking match in pro wrestling, but it's just the more out there you get with it, with, like, the stabbings of the screwdrivers and all of this stuff, the more shitty and cheesy it is for people who enjoy the sport aspect, but yet they want to say it's the real sports-based wrestling. And it's fucking tiresome. And I don't think people are into that as much as they're into the pageantry aspect. Now, there's wrestlers who make the argument that going all out in these matches and doing every move is part of the expression, like the artistic aspect as well, which it is for sure. But then it's like, go shoot fight, because you're just fucking yourself up, you know? Like, okay, then just go all the way with the artistic expression and fucking go out in a real fight and just start throwing crazy kicks and shit. And I'll explain why. Because part of artistic expression and being a good artist is understanding restraint as well. No, that's too much blue there. Need to bring in some white. I should stop recording this song. How many people, some wrestlers will know this. Our Truth will know this. He fucking makes music. Hey, it's done. The song's done. Stop tweaking it. Okay? Scripts as well. In Hollywood stuff, you have to know when things are, you have to be able to show restraint as well. I wrote for instance, Kevin Smith talks about on the DVD extras of Dogma, where he's like, yeah, I wrote a script and typically I like people to stick to my script. But when it's Chris Rock starting to ad lib, I have to show restraint and be like, all right, just do your thing. I'm not going to be anal about, no, say my words. It's Chris fucking Rock. He probably knows what's funnier than me, for instance, right? So that's part of pro wrestling too. Yes, Moxley, drop Fletcher on his head once, but do it at All In for the world title and then have him either pin him or have him beat you or something. Like, don't just do it in random fucking C2. It doesn't help him at all. You do it in this random match. Oh, it helped Fletcher. Well, Mox has the title and he's just running through all the young guys. He's just running through Davis and Fletcher and Takeshita and all the fucking guys that should be getting over. Mox is beating them all right now on TV every week. So I'm so glad he let two guys score a couple points on him in a goofy ass point tournament that he goes on to then win. And he hasn't put anyone over. Like, they can't even win title eliminators, let alone the belt or whatever. Guys who should be getting pushed. So I don't want to hear that shit. There has to be a level of restraint. That's part of good art as well. Knowing when to stop a fucking painting or when to keep going. Holy fuck. Like, how does this need to be explained? Because it's a bunch of people who don't know what they're just talking out of their ass. It's my expression. No, dummy. No. Motherfuckers. Sorry, I'm going off today. So Miyahara title matches and Double or Nothing. Weekly pro wrestling won't do much for you. But if it's the best pro wrestling, then shouldn't it make you want more pro wrestling? That's weird, huh? That the best pro wrestling makes you go, I don't really like pro wrestling. Weird. It's weird how all the pro wrestling that I watched growing up, WCW and WWE and ECW, a little bit ECW, not much. It was like a rental, got to get your dad to rent it or whatever. But it's like TNA. I grew up on TNA as well. That shit is what makes me want to keep watching WWE to this day because of what they've done over the fucking years. So wouldn't that be the best shit? Because it makes me a lifelong fan instead of your son who you just showed him this shit that and Dave, is it more likely that, he saw the best wrestling in the world and he's not really into it? So what does that say? What does that say about what you showed him? Your own son felted you, buddy. Like, it clearly fucking means that you turned him off of pro wrestling with the shit that you showed him. It's not even like, he fell out of love with fucking the Attitude Era or with pro wrestling. It got kind of stale in the PG era. It's not even like that. You showed him the sicko shit and it completely turned him off of pro wrestling. Meanwhile, I'm still a pro wrestling fan. I'll never not be a pro wrestling fan. I'll never not be a fucking pro wrestling fan. Ever since I can remember, I've been popping my collar. No, my earliest memories with my grandparents or my parents and shit is watching pro wrestling with them and shit, personally. So why did it turn you off of pro wrestling? Why did it turn your son off of pro wrestling? Think about what he's really exposing just with this tweet right here. Oh, it blew his mind so much. It blew his mind that he just can't even watch it.
It's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
He just fucking understands like hieroglyphics and shit now, man. He doesn't even understand. He can't even tie his shoes. This wrestling rocked his world so much. Is that what Dave's trying to say? It's embarrassing, man. Anyways, moving along. And it's because they kiss his bum. So, again, speaking of Ricochet, like Ricochet took on Jack Perry. This is like a week or so ago. And it was rated a 1/4 star higher than Kurt Angle versus Rey Mysterio from SummerSlam. You guys know this match. Come on. This is like the fucking Rey Mysterio, Kurt Angle. This is the match everyone remembers. SummerSlam when he hits him from behind. Story comes out, Rey couldn't find his mask under the ring. Everybody knows this fucking match. Every sicko knows that match. Two of the greatest of all time. And fucking Dave rates a Ricochet match. No Ricochet match has ever been better than that one. And also, when you're giving star ratings, you have to factor in, there has to be some level of like, what is the audience? What is the scale of this event? Did this event draw? Was it fucking, there has to, who's in the ring at the time? Is Rey Mysterio famous? Is Kurt Angle famous? Are they two of the best wrestlers in the world ever, of all time? Will Jack Perry be considered one of the best of all time? No. Will Ricochet? No. He'll be considered one of the most athletic of all time. You could make that argument. Not one of the best of all time. So Dave just can't help himself. And then he gets pwned here again. This guy, Miguelito, says, of course he won't mention this doesn't include the streaming numbers. And Dave Meltzer says, how many subscribers in the U.S. do each service have? Then you'll understand. So Dave poses the question, how many subscribers does each service have? Then you'll understand why I don't bring up invisible streaming numbers for other people, but I do for AEW. Well, we have the fucking chart. And I'm just doom scrolling to death here, but we have the fucking chart. And I must have bookmarked it in here. We covered it on PWT live show last night. Time Cop. But basically, YouTube has 12.5% of the streaming numbers, like all streaming. YouTube has, according to Nielsen, 12.5%. WBD is the lowest of all of them. Tubi has more, Roku has more, and it's like, okay, then NWA's beating fucking Dynamite, or is tying Dynamite. We could just start lying and saying that. He's so stupid. And especially considering TNA built a lot of their, good faith in people and audience back in using YouTube. What's to say they didn't convert a bunch of those people over to fucking TNA Plus or AMC Plus? We could just lie and make that up too, Dave, and he doesn't get it. He dispels his own shit. How many subscribers in the U.S. do each service have? Then you'll understand. Okay, but like you talk about Dynamite will beat Raw. How many subscribers? Do you understand how many people are watching Netflix compared to HBO fucking Max? Warner Bros. Discovery is what they call it, because Discovery and HBO were two separate things on these Nielsen charts, but they both did such low numbers that they combined them together. That's what WB had to do. And they still are the lowest on the chart compared to like Roku and shit. So he just pwns himself. And it's nonstop. We move along here. So Dave Meltzer, speaking of pwning himself, and we covered this already, so let's just quickly listen to this clip and sort of quickly cover it again, I suppose. Dynamite Dave, he got caught red-handed lying, saying that it was Tony's call, or it wasn't Tony's call, and someone from above, it was WBD, who said, keep Brody King off Dynamite before Grand Slam Australia. WBD came out and said that wasn't the case at all. We listened to this clip. There were fuck ice chants. Dave Meltzer said, this is, again, not a Tony Khan call. This is from above. You know what it is. Nobody wants to get on Trump's bad side. If it wasn't for that, nobody would care. It's just a chant. But unfortunately, WBD have got a company they're trying to sell and get regulatory approval from a guy who's going to take that stuff personal. That's just how it is. And then Dave puts out this dumbass tweet. Those at AEW have said nobody from WBD asked them not to use Brody King on last night's show, and this was just how it was booked, to only use him in a video package. We had heard over the weekend that there were concerns about how much pub the situation had gotten from the WBD side, but those at AEW said they were not told to put him on the show. So, Dave, you flat out in your shit rag that's supposed to be news, that you tell people to study and learn, that you tell people, that you condescend people and tell them, well, you could just read this if you don't know what you're talking about. Meanwhile, you didn't know what you were talking about, and Julian Weeks pointed it out. So either you lied or WBD is trying to save face, because, Dave, you just flat out said it wasn't from Tony, it came from up above. And then now you're admitting that we had heard, and I don't even believe this part, but he's saying we had heard over the weekend that there were concerns about the pub. So then you went ahead and reported in your shit that it was like a fact that it came from up above the world so high, like a 5-star match in the sky. Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar! You know what I'm saying? Like, that is some bullshit right there. Like, this is why I call you the fuck out, dude. This is why this show exists. Like, you can't just keep doing this and then being condescending towards people, right? And so Dynamite Dave, he was caught red-handed lying. We covered this clip already. We're not going to re-listen to that one. But here's Dynamite Dave addressing if he misreported the Brody Lee situation. And again, like earlier in the show, Bryan called out the Observer Awards. Bryan also called out Dave over the weekend for this bullshit. And it's funny how Bryan can't call Dave out to his fucking face. He has to then wait till he's on his shit with Tom Lawler or Lance Storm and go, I know a guy on a plane with him. That's telling me, you know what I mean? So even Bryan Alvarez was like, nah, Brody King's on a fucking plane. This isn't true. A guy texted me who's sitting next to him on a plane. So it's like, all right, fucking, that's awesome. Like Moxley and these guys are fucking, they're just texting you and shit. So let's listen to this clip here. Here's his Dave addressing whether he misreported it or not.
To kind of wrap this up, I've seen this in a couple places that you misreported the entire story. Again, like I sort of looked at it as like, this is kind of the big picture of the whole thing. Like, do you think you misreported anything when it came?
This is kind of, I looked at it. Look how he fucking tries to qualify and coddle Dave. Well, I looked at it as like, you're just trying to point out the big picture. But no, dumb fuck. That wasn't the big picture because that wasn't the case. Tone just sent him to Australia. What the big picture is, Tone's a shitty booker, and Dave sweeps for him. That's what the big picture is. It's not about Trump and all this shit. You deranged fucking idiots.
You misreported the entire story. Again, like I sort of looked at it as like, this is kind of the big picture of the whole thing. Like, do you think you misreported anything when it came to this?
Stupid idiot.
Yeah, probably. I think that I went too strong.
Yeah, probably. I think that I went too soon. Bro, so you're not a journalist. So you have zero journalistic integrity because it's not about going too soon. That's the grifting. People want to fucking say what I do, clickbait. That's clickbait. Reporting a fucking lie too soon. Why? Because you just simply did not fact check and verify with AEW, even though Tone calls you on the phone. You're that lazy. You're that bad at your job. You're that comfortable, and you've grifted for so long that you think people are just so fucking stupid and you can take advantage of these folks. And you can just fucking do that without even fact checking when Tone calls you on the fucking phone. That's crazy. That's insane.
When it came to this.
Yeah, probably. I think that I went too strong with the idea that it was a directive. I think it was, the story itself is a big story. As far as, I think that I definitely think that I, if nothing else, alluded to the idea it came from above, and maybe it didn't have to come from above, and it was understood. Maybe it didn't come from above. At the same time,
maybe it didn't come from above, buddy.
If I heard it, and Tony said he never even heard it.
If you heard it, it's a fucking lie.
I don't know. And Tony said he never even heard anything. I don't know. I heard something. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean he did, but all I can say is I heard something. I'm not the only one who heard stuff. As far as I'll say this. WBD has fucking told them to chill out with that shit. Or they don't care if people are going to chant fuck ice. People are going to chant fuck ice. Brody King doesn't lean into it. There's a reason for that. Okay. There's a reason Hangman fucking seemed as though he got some on him before and stuff, for sure. But Dave will just extrapolate all this extra. The story. And even if I heard nothing, the fact is I had already written a story for this issue that I had to, update.
I already wrote a story that I had to go and fucking fix because it was just full of horse shit. And I had to correct myself.
couple times.
I just threw it on the floor once it was done. I didn't even crumple it up, Bryan.
I had a story in the issue before the show was even on about the fallout, and I had a story in last week's issue too on it. So it's like it's the coverage of the story itself is what made it a story. It's not that.
So your made up bullshit is what made that made up bullshit a story. Got it.
Fans chanted something. It's the fact that it got so big, and then what happens by getting so big, it becomes a cause for, okay, what do we do? And in one case, the idea would be like, man, we got to get him on the TV next week, no matter what, to take advantage of it. Or
Tony's just a bad booker. This is all Dave coping because Tony's terrible at booking. Because Dave can't rack his brain around why Tone wouldn't have a segment with MJF and Brody King. Or even like a filmed sit down or some shit. They had like a backstage thing that was pre-taped or something. I don't fucking know. But even Dave said in another clip we played, he's like, they absolutely should have had a segment on that show. But that was while he was saying, oh, the call came from above. It couldn't possibly be my son, Tony Khan, who booked a show, didn't think of how to book this show correctly, and didn't realize he could have got Brody King to fucking Australia. He could have left the next day, still made it. So it's just Tone's booking. That's all it is.
he's not on TV this week. Now, Tony would say that had nothing to do with the story, and maybe it didn't. I don't know. I know that.
I don't know clearly.
First thing Bryan asked is, practically it was
Fucking Dave
I
just
don't
hit us
know.
with
and I said, in the sense of it's like, it's a story. This is the story.
It's a story. This is the story. Yeah, it's a story like the fucking never-ending one, bud. It's a story like Peter Pan. It's a bunch of made-up bullshit that you made up. You're trying to make it a fucking story.
It's still a story, and
They're going to blame Trump. When AEW gets canceled, when it goes to fucking Paramount or whatever, they're going to blame Trump.
Story goes away, then it's not a story anymore.
And it's not a story anymore because, well, it was just some shit I made up. And then when they said that it was made up, it wasn't a fucking story anymore. Can you believe that? Imagine that. Holy shit. So here, let me check in with chat quickly. So I'm not a shark, I'm a man. For 5 says the 5 fingers was a signal to Ricky he was gonna get the old grave digger backstage. No, you can use 5, Dave. This is the real 5-star. Oh shit. You sick fuck. Oh man. Yeah, pretty much. Cash Monet's been a member for 14 months. Thank you so much for your guys' support. That's disgusting, dude. I don't like that visual. But for real, you guys understand why Ricochet does what he does and how like Hangman has that shitty interview with Alba and then fucking Ricochet pops up and just starts melting down online. It's just clear to see. It's clear as day what is going on and who Tone just loves, who's his favorite little pets at the current time, and then who becomes the iPad in Toy Story 5 and runs off all the old toys. It remains to be seen, but we move along here, right? And we might have some more Dave getting pwned. We for sure got some AEW stuff and WWE stuff. He's about to glaze Kenny Omega like nobody's business. And here is another evergreen F4W tweet. And so, will WWE counter program All In this August? And let's take a listen to what Dave has to say about WWE versus AEW and counter programming here, All In. And we'll see what WWE does. And I think Collision's going head to head with the Elimination Chamber, if I'm not mistaken. But we have a follow-up tweet that's pretty funny if you ask. Meltzer said what? So let's listen to this clip.
You heard anything about WWE running Cardiff the week before?
I have not heard that.
It makes sense. That's exactly what they would do. I think I've talked about this. I think that from a strategic standpoint, it's a risk because more people are going to go to Wembley. I mean, WWE is more popular than AEW in the UK. I mean,
how does he know why more people are going to go to Wembley? Buddy, you don't know that. Year over year, All In general and Wembley, they've done less attendance. I got an allegedly, right? And again, what are these reports today? Oh, Bad Bunny's going to be in a tag match with Logan Paul, huh? Where'd you guys hear that? 2 weeks before the Observer said that or anything? Oh, on PWT? I'm not a dirt sheet, right? And I've heard allegedly that they have fucking, again, and I covered this, they have some fucking metrics about how in the UK, AEW has just fallen off the same way they have in Australia. And there's some backstage worry about, fuck, is this going to be a good show? And how much are they going to have to paper this house? Maybe not the papering the house part said as much out loud, but this is just what the fuck I'm hearing. I don't know. I'm not a dirt sheet. Who knows? But we've seen it in Australia. And also when MJF was flexing the success, quote unquote, that AEW's been having this year over year, what did he specifically say? We're having success in the United States. In every state in the U.S. year over year, Raj, we're having better success. In the U.S., he was very specific in what he said. Interesting. Considering they're going to Wembley and they also were just in Australia and we saw they had far less success than they did before. So I don't want to hear Dave go, well, more people will go to All In. You don't even know. You can't even say that. WWE could pull up with a Raw and probably beat them, probably do close. If they did the same fucking, if they were both in London or whatever. Now, as far as like, should WWE, I don't give a fuck, to be honest. I don't care. I'm going to watch them both either way. But, to say one more people would watch one or the other, one of them is going to be on Netflix, buddy. If they do an event, it's going to if they do an event on the same day, it's going to be on fucking Netflix. It's like, just shut up. You said before the streaming numbers are why TNA and shit can't compare to AEW, even though HBO WBD has is the lowest on the chart of all the streaming services, has the lowest 1.4%. I think was January 26's update. Meanwhile, Netflix has like 8.8%, followed, or YouTube is the top with like 12.5, whatever. Let's listen to what Dave has to fucking say. He's a dummy, but I don't want to hear about what more people will go to. Tone's going to paper this house more than any fucking event they've ever done.
No matter what the TV ratings say, WWE's more popular. AEW obviously probably has more viewers because they're on free TV and WWE's on Netflix, but that still doesn't matter. You put Raw at like a Raw show or even a house show in any city in England, and you have AEW go in with a TV taping or a house show in any of those cities, and WWE is going to outdraw them. But Wembley's.
If you do Raw in London with Punk and Roman Reigns and Rhodes on it and shit, that outdraws All In, let alone a PLE.
If WWE runs in Wembley at a stadium, I mean, WWE runs in Cardiff at a stadium, and AEW runs in London at a stadium. Will WWE hurt the London show? Maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little
bit.
Lot,
I don't think. It's
maybe
Cardiff.
A little bit, dude.
I mean, it could hurt a little bit, but there's also a chance that AEW could outdraw them because London's such a big advantage. And
no one wants to go to London either. The way Dave, it's so funny the way Dave talks about London and he doesn't realize they're dealing with the same shit Las Vegas is. That fucking tourists don't want to go. Everything's super fucking expensive, among other things going on in London that we can, a topic for a different podcast, but it's people don't want to go there right now. Just like Vegas, they're just gouging, and it's fucking, people, it's just a turnoff right now. The same way traveling to America is a turnoff right now. And Vegas in particular, traveling to the UK and traveling in London, I wouldn't even say the UK, I would say in London, is a turnoff right now for people.
Really look bad in August for WWE to go in there and run a stadium show.
It would really look bad for them to do it. Okay, why? Why doesn't it look bad for Tone to do it? Doesn't even make sense. Why didn't it look bad when Tone pulled up and at the Hammerstein and then got fucking outdrawn by GCW in the same building a month before? And then they replaced Ricky Saints or whatever on that fucking show. Why didn't it look bad when they did that? He's just so biased.
And even if, let's just say they both draw 50,000, just throwing out a number, okay? Let's just say they both draw 50,000, within a week apart. That's a win for AEW. That's a big psychological win for AEW.
It's always a win.
Shows that they're
It's always a win for
in
AEW.
the game and all that, which is exactly what WWE doesn't want to show.
On par with the game, they don't want that to show. Maybe they are right. Like, maybe Dave's right on that last bit. This is just massive cope. I'm not even going to try and be generous here with this one. Come on, these fucking
coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping.
He's molding.
Coping so hard. Coping and seething.
So Meltzer said what responds and goes, evergreen F4W tweet. A classic from the Dave Meltzer School of Biased Journalism is to invent a hypothetical scenario that never happened, then get mad about it and argue with yourself over it. Here, Dave defends Tony Khan over Charlotte and Tiffany SmackDown. Over a Charlotte and Tiffany SmackDown segment. So I guess Meltzer said what is just pointing out, like, look, man. Oh, here's the tweet. Sorry, we didn't. Yeah, will they counter? He's just pointing out, like, Dave continues to do this, and he always does the whataboutism, or he always brings it back to Tony Khan. He always goes, well, it'll be an L for WWE. Remember last year, he was saying WWE learned their lesson. That's why they're not going head-to-head with AEW for the rest of the year. They learned their lesson from going head-to-head with AEW. And then now he's like coping. Oh, well, maybe if they run a show, Tony Khan. He's all fucking scared that they're going to run a show head-to-head. They shouldn't do it. I mean, if you want my professional opinion on that. And speaking about like WWE versus AEW and Dave's bias again. So we go back and we already covered this, but we have to cover this shit again. We have to reiterate this stuff to catch everybody up. And so hit the like button. Meltzer said, what post? Remember when Dynamite Dave Lucha Libre Meltzer said WWE buying AAA would ruin Mexican wrestling and culture with an American style and influence? Well, you'll be shocked to learn that it's absolutely okay when AEW wrestlers are in Arena Mexico using American rules. America rules. So here is, let's listen to this clip. Let's read these excerpts. We listened to this one before. I'll play it. I won't talk over the whole goddamn thing, but we need to refresh our memories before we get into what is actually going on in CMLL. I touched on this on PWT Live Show, but we have to reiterate it here on DMDMW. Time Cop.
Lee Moriarty was on the shows. Lee Moriarty wrestled Zelwa for the Pure title. I actually have to make sure to watch this because I can just imagine, the Arena Mexico referees, trying to figure out this Pure title thing. Although I guess that they figured out the American stuff because, when the AEW wrestlers wrestle and they do these tag matches, it's like it's not 2 out of 3, it's 1 fall, and it's the first pin. It's not like in a normal Lucha Libre where you have to pin 2 guys or the captain. So the flow is totally different. But the fans understand, okay, this is with Americans. We're going to do, they see American wrestling. We're going to do American style. And that's just what it is. It's just weird to have, like, completely different rules when AEW guys are on the show in their matches as in everybody else's matches. So, that's one of the things there that's a little bit interesting.
And so Dave pointing out a clear negative, right? We covered that before. But this is what fucking Dave said. Well, here, we'll do the AEW stuff first, I guess, right? So here's him. But in Mexico, CMLL is trying to portray this as they are your local promotion, giving you the product that is a part of your culture. And AAA is being run by outsiders with no regard for that culture. Paul Levesque saying AAA will continue to be traditional lucha libre, even though AAA never was in the first place, is the attempt to counter that impression. So putting over CMLL and AEW, there's a track record in all major countries that the long-running local promotions would be in trouble. There's fear that the independent scene in Mexico will be dead, or that the lucha libre style and culture will be changed, leaving a more Americanized culture. The thing is, WWE itself is more popular in Mexico than AAA, but having a local offshoot is key for future talent. Young wrestlers will try, for the most part, to get into AAA with the idea it's the direct pipeline for WWE. Plus, WWE will have the ability to pay better than CMLL. It is very possible they'll raid CMLL for top talent, and CMLL will be like the thriving U.S. regionals of the 80s. The thriving already fantasy booking. They'll raid them, and CMLL will be the thriving fucking, just the way he fantasizes about this shit, of the 80s, most of which didn't survive the decade, and the ones that did were never the same. Well, pretty bleak there at the end, pretty glib, I guess, at the end. But so that's Dave just doom and glooming, like WWE's gonna ruin the Mexican culture and all this shit, right? He's like, arriba, viva la raza, right? And then you fast forward, and we have Tony Khan standing in the ring, holding the fucking belt, doing the CMLL gimmick in America with like Wheeler Yuta and Cesaro and all these guys. No fucking luchas in sight. And then Lucha Blog posts this. What's missing here? So it's a 6-man tag, or whatever you want to call it, trios match. CMLL confirms they've dropped captain rules, and all matches are now one person on a team gets pinned to end the fall.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
What the fuck? So Meltzer said, what says Dynamite Dave already soft launched his defense over the CMLL tag rules being Americanized recently. And that was his little 1 minute long excuse there, or reasoning there that we played. Well, it's a little weird to see the rules mixed up, so they should fix that. So Americanize it so people understand for the AEW shit. So Tone's literally changed. And the captain rule, for those of you not familiar, and it's not like Tone picked up the phone and was like, oh, you better change this. It's just a decision they made. But obviously it's because of the AEW stuff. Because Dave, his initiative is cover CMLL, brilliantly, as far as he's concerned, in America, to try and help, the AEW agenda and all this shit. But they didn't change and drop the captain rule working with MLW and shit. So obviously it has to do with AEW. But in CMLL Trios 3v3, a fall is won by pinning, submitting the opposing captain, or by defeating both of their teammates. So these matches are typically 2 out of 3 falls, and if a captain is pinned, the entire fall ends immediately. So they just got rid of that rule. Why? Because they're Americanizing it. Meanwhile, Dave's sitting there trying to go, oh, the culture. Like he literally is sitting there writing about how WWE is taking a company that doesn't even do the Lucha Libre culture and trying to say it's not going to change the Lucha Libre culture. Meanwhile, they're changing the Lucha Libre culture by saying they're not trying to change the Lucha Libre culture. Like, it's just a random criticism, coping. And meanwhile, it's all projection because Tone is changing the fucking Lucha Libre culture with the captain falls and all this shit. You think Dave would be greatly offended? The Sky team was the trios he thought would be the fucking team of the year or whatever. You think he'd be greatly offended by this. So anyways, just utterly hypocritical And again, when it comes to his hypocrisy, it knows no bounds. And Eric Bischoff, speaking of the votes, the Wrestling Observer votes, says that Wrestling Observer voters are the most culturally isolated, irrelevant group of people you could ever imagine. And it's hard to disagree with him there. In that, now, a lot of people have said that in other ways. Like, you've heard people be like, man, it's a really white crowd and things like that. I don't know if that, but I think the way Uncle E eloquently puts it, he's absolutely right. It's just a more intelligent way of saying that they're, I don't know, they're fucking just out of touch. They're just unaware. They lack self-awareness and shit. So again, CNN, The Observer writes this. CNN covers anti-ice chants, says WWE and AEW in politically shaded rivalry. Speaking of the rivalry. So Meltzer said what? This piece included comments from Irio Lane, a professor of theater at the State University of New York at Buffalo, who studies the history of pro wrestling. So CNN published an article in its business section on Saturday covering the chants. The piece included comments from Irio Lane, a professor of theater at the State University of New York at Buffalo, who studies the history of professional wrestling. Lane said what makes the anti-ice chants notable is that they are not directly tied to what is happening in the ring and are not a part of the usual repertoire of wrestling chants. I mean, that's pretty fucking cooked. And it's funny because a guy named Lawyer Kev on Twitter points this out and says, by the way, CNN cannot even get the university correct. I verified Irio Lane is a professor at the University of Buffalo, not State University of New York at Buffalo. Or whatever the fuck. But this is Dave writing this, not even CNN. So either CNN and Dave fucked up or just Dave fucked up, but you're fake news. Lock them up. Oh, man. So they just straight up got fake news there. And again, you just see the bias. You see the difference. Like, Impact on Thursday did 254K, 0.05, best numbers to date. That's all there is to it, right? Dave Meltzer. Collision did 561.10 against the Olympics. End of the NBA slam dunk contest and other sports. The worst slam dunk contest in history, too. Doesn't include HBO Max. More viewers than last year with the NBA dunk contest lead-in. Much lower in 18 to 49, but the best 18 to 49 number without a big sports lead-in in a long time. I mean, he just always writes all this extra. There's no like just 254. But if you point out when Collision does like 165, again, it's like a paragraph. There's always 3, 4, 5 fucking sentences to follow. Again, there's just so many examples of it. SmackDown did 1.03.22 on Friday. The new method continues to decimate the wrestling rating. SmackDown was fourth on cable behind WNBA playoffs and college football and Fox's playoff. You know, don't have the audience number, but TNA Impact did 0.04 on Thursday. The total homes watched were up 40% from last week. When was this? So the audience number should be by far the largest to date, ironically, for the first taped show. So there you go. Him doing a little write-up on TNA, I guess. An extra sentence there. So maybe Dave just pwned us. Total homes watched were up 40% from last week, so the audience number should be by far the largest to date, which it was. But then when he reports the actual number, like, he's not having a fucking powwow. He should be explaining, it beat this, it did this, the run-in was this. The overrun was this. He just doesn't care is the problem. And that's fine. Like, be passionate about AEW. Like, I want people to be passionate about AEW, but just, I don't know. He's got to be able to say, like, I stand this one thing. When you call that out, he just tells you he's being objective about everything. And it's like, all right, man, I guess. We caught Dave lying. The belief was about the Brody King thing. He was felted about TNA's ratings. Speaking of which, we can talk about, I think there's a clip here. Dave wants to bring up Google searches when it comes to TNA, which is fucking hilarious because the Google trends we tracked on PWT Live Show every Wednesday and Saturday night. We've been tracking them. Shout out Switchblade. He's chronicled a bunch of those. And the Google trends for AEW would imply all of these pay-per-views and just the trends in general for AEW are way fucking down. And each pay-per-view trends worse and worse, seemingly. Some of them trend a little bit higher than others, but we've been tracking those, okay? Dave doesn't have anything to say about Google Trends. And then some guy pulls up a fucking spreadsheet, crunches some numbers, and figures out that Dave's pay-per-view lies about AEW are anomalies. Like, the numbers don't even line up with what Attitude Era numbers trended. When pay-per-view was pay-per-view, the fucking conversions weren't as good as fucking apparently Tony Khan's doing. And we live in the day and age of streaming, and apparently AEW's converting on the conversion rate is like double what Attitude Era conversion rates were and shit in a time when pay-per-view was the bee's knees, and now there's like illegal streaming and all of these sorts of things, right? So, and there's YouTube, and we can look at Google Trends and see that the Google Trends are down when Dave goes, oh, this is trending to be the biggest pay-per-view. Rumors are it's the biggest pay-per-view, and he's the only source on the pay-per-view numbers, right? So we've tracked all that and chronicled it. Now when it comes to TNA, they're doing their best numbers, and all he can do is just write a shitty one-line sentence, and then he wants to talk about Google Trends now. And when it comes to UFC, he'll talk about Google Trends. And why? Because he doesn't give a fuck. He has no dog in the fight in MMA anymore. Doesn't matter. He's irrelevant in MMA. Other than if you want to look at historically, he took note of attendances and pay-per-views and things like this. So maybe there's some value there. But TNA, he just doesn't care. And I've said this for so long. Like, he doesn't watch it. He doesn't give a fuck about it. So he's going to sit here and talk about Google Trends, but when people point out the fucking Google Trends don't align with what he says about AEW, he fucking blocks them. So let's listen to what he says about Google Trends and Impact.
We got the Impact ratings, and the show did well.
Yeah, best number to date, 241,000, 0.05. And so this one, again, first thing I did was go to my Google search just to check to see if this is is this real or is this some Nielsen flaw? And guess what? It was a Nielsen flaw because
it was and guess what? I'm saying it was a Nielsen flaw.
Nothing. I mean, this was actually, as far as like interest level, it was the lowest Thursday to date, even though it did the highest number. Was some of this?
It was a flaw because it was the lowest interest rate on the lowest interest level for what? Google Trends. So when the pay-per-views are lower, the lower interest levels for AEW, Dave, and we've tracked this. So then is it a Dave Meltzer trick? And is it a Dave Meltzer lie? When you say that, oh, it looks like it sold more than the last pay-per-view, but the Google Trends say way differently, and the amount of people in the YouTube chat are way down in comparison to this pay-per-view, and you said this pay-per-view sold this much, and now this one's slated to sell more. We've pwned him with that one already a long time ago. Like, that's
baby,
like, come on, man.
Meltzer Inferno.
You got to be fucking joking. So now Google Trends determine Nielsen's pulling tricks. So you admit you're pulling tricks with God.
Helped by the fact that they've changed how they've done it on the 26th, yes, of course, every wrestling show is up because of that. So there's some of that too. And I'm not saying Google searches is infallible. It is very fallible. It's a different metric, but
the infallible Phil Marks.
Just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
It's like when they both are up, I usually go, okay, that's enough proof when two different things are up. When one's up and one's down, I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm not saying one's worse than the other. But when one's up and one's down, I'm going, my thought is like, okay, I call this a draw and it doesn't really mean anything to me other than, for the station, they go by Nielsen ratings. 0.05 for AMC on a Thursday night. It's a great number.
Meanwhile, Dave has gone by the Nielsen ratings and the key demos to argue that AEW's beating NXT. And if you know anything about the business, the key demos way up in what, Dave? The Nielsen rating. So again, this is just flip-floppy, good for me, not for thee, hypocritical. Use certain arguments where it fits to get people over, to get companies over. Use certain arguments where it fits to try and diminish companies. Got it, Dave.
It's and the reality is that they, they're up from the start, and some of this is the change in how things are being rated. It's it's a good number.
Wrestling's taken a hit overall. Overall, the Nielsen, and Dave was just saying when it came to AEW doing their lowest ratings at the end of the year, oh, this is a disaster. But now that it's showing, now wrestling in general has a good week. And, it's just because the ratings are all out of whack and fucked up. So when they're low, it's because they're all out of whack and fucked up and it's a conspiracy. And then when they're higher, it's all out of whack and it's a conspiracy. And they can't be trusted when they're lower and they can't be trusted when they're higher. But only is it a good thing for AEW? How phenomenal Collision did. But I'm going to flex these numbers and talk about how great it is and how they beat everything for Grand Slam Australia. Like what?
A lot of people thought that they'd be in the first show. The first show had way more interest. On the Google searches, the first show's way up here and everything else is down. But for TV ratings, it tells a different story. But it's their best number. And, it's for them, all things considered, it's a big success. Just like everyone, all of a sudden, wrestling.
For them, it's a big success. Each week they're getting... So Dave just admitted whatever it was is working, right? So the Google trends before they went on AMC were up. Okay. Not everyone found the show. Now more interest is being piqued. This is all you can assume when each week the ratings are going up. And let's say they go down a little bit. Okay, let's say it plateaus. Let's say it goes up again. All right, that's fine. But all it showed is that people are now finding it. They're finding where to watch it. They're understanding they want to watch it. Maybe they missed that first show and were like, you know what? I got to get AMC. Who knows what the actual determining factors? Maybe more bars are turning it on at their establishments. I don't fucking know. But either way, Dave, it's just it's showing that there's a return on when the Google trends were up. When Google trends are down pay-per-view, then the next one they're down. They're like lower than the other one for AEW. And the YouTube viewers, live viewers, which is a good indicator too. You're not going to be in the chat if you didn't buy the pay-per-view or whatever the fuck. So these are good indicators. So when those are down for back-to-back or 3 pay-per-views in a row for AEW, and then he goes, oh, the sales are way up though. But for TNA, he's saying the complete opposite. And it was good because everything was good. All right, man. Maybe
popular on the 26th, and everybody's booking is great and all that, which is kind of funny in a lot of ways.
And everyone's booking is great and all that. No, it can't be that everyone's booking is great. Can't be that everyone's booking great wrestling shows. Only AEW's allowed to book great wrestling shows because I wasn't a big fan of John Cena's heel turn.
Shut up, bitch!
Because I don't watch TNA, so it can't possibly be because everyone's
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Wrestling's more popular than ever, but the show that's matching their lowest ratings and attendances ever is the one that's the best one. Because I say it's fucking cooked, man. And then Miguelito says, of course he won't mention this doesn't include the streaming numbers. So Dave quote tweeted this same tweet twice. Okay.
Poor people don't like AEW.
And he says, let's do a quick math lesson. If TNA, Dynamite, and Collision all did the same percentage watching of homes available streaming and TV, Dynamite would be adding 516,000 homes. This is what's so crazy. Ready? So we're supposed to believe that all of those homes are watching fucking Dynamite. That's what BJ Beth. So of the homes that they can reach, you're telling this Holmes, Miguelito, right? You're telling this Holmes that the homes available that Dynamite would be adding, all of them other than like 16,000 are all tuning into fucking Dynamite.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
That's what he's saying, essentially. Because BJ Bethel claims that there's 500,000 viewers, and then Dave Meltzer says, well, I never said that. But then he goes ahead and parrots it and factors it in and condescends people when he goes, actually, they beat Raw. When he implies, they beat Raw for sure. He's implying that hundreds of thousands of people are watching fucking Dynamite same day or whatever. 500,000 people. He's implying like 1 million people watched it same day. Total, if you factor in the simulcast. So he's using BJ Bethel's numbers on that. So I think people are misinterpreting like Dave's just boosting up Dynamite's. No, let's say they do have access to this, and Dave is being truthful here. This is very telling. You mean to tell me that they reach every single fucking home?
Liar!
That's actually cooked. That is actually insane. Doesn't even make sense whatsoever. So, and then he says Collision would be adding 384 homes. So what is he saying in this? That they're adding that many viewers to, like, they're responsible for that on top of whatever the fuck Nielsen's doing? I don't even actually get what he's saying here. We'll be adding 384K homes, and TNA would be adding 31.5 homes. That's the difference in significance in homes the respective streaming services are in. That's the difference in significance and homes the respective streaming services are in. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I just would never trust Meltzer math. It's become a meme so much that he's like admitted it's a thing. Like he's had to address Meltzer math and cope over it on his show and stuff. So, moving along here. Let's see if we have any more ratings talk. And we do have Dave Copen over the Fed and whatnot. We also have him beefing with Booker T. And so Dave here just got caught red-handed lying. Again, we covered this, but just to follow up on that, Meltzer said wanted to pwn Dave Meltzer one more time. So Wrestling Observer says Logan Paul says 99% of NFL players would shit the bed in WWE. Dave Meltzer says a man with no idea how many NFL and college football players were foundational stars of this industry. Now it's funny because Dave wants to go back to stars and star power when it benefits him to shit on Logan Paul. Why? Because all of the AEW people are crusty about Logan Paul for stealing moves and upstaging motherfuckers and all of these things, right? He gets all this praise when they think guys like Ospreay and Ricochet should get praise for doing fucking these sorts of moves. I do agree with Logan Paul in that a lot of NFL players, the majority of NFL players would probably shit the bed, just like the majority of WWE wrestlers would shit the bed in the NFL. Sure. Is it 99% though? Nah, I've pointed this out. There's a reason football players quit football after like an injury and then they do WWE or pro wrestling instead. There's a fucking reason for that. Especially considering you don't see, other than Brock Lesnar, you don't see WWE wrestlers going over to the NFL and conquering it. You know, Gable Steveson did. He's a freak athlete, but he's not even as big of a freak as Brock Lesnar, and Brock Lesnar did it. And he didn't even really play in the NFL, though. You know, is he capable? Sure. Was he disciplined enough to sit there and go, I'm going to learn this whole fucking game when he's like a combat sports freak? Nah, he went on and did other things. Gable Steveson, same thing. He went on and wrestled and all this shit. And now he's fighting MMA. But you don't get many wrestlers who leave WWE and then go to pro football. Meanwhile, the other way around. So I'll be on Dave's side with that. However, it's just funny that Dave now wants to go, like, okay, you take an Obafemi, which we're about to talk about in just a moment, and Obafemi's this big body guy that Dave's literally shitting on and has this agenda against right now because he's so fucking over, and he's going to be a freak of nature athlete. Well, he already is, but a freak of nature athlete, the likes of Brock Lesnar and whatnot, when all's said and done. I think when his career's done, people are going to look at him as like he was this generation's Brock Lesnar, which sucks to be. Well, you know, he's this generation's Obafemi. It sucks to be compared to other folks, but Dave Meltzer now sticking up for WWE in a way because they are the ones who made NFL and college football's players. Well, I'm sure the territories did it as well and whatnot, but as far as like on TV and at the national level, they had the NFL versus fucking pro wrestlers. They did that, you know. WWE was doing that shit. They had NFL guys fucking wrestling on WrestleManias and shit. And of course, WCW did a bunch of that as well. But it's just funny he wants to take that argument and that stance now when it suits him in his agenda against Logan Paul that all the AEW folks are butthurt by, and that Dave especially is butthurt by because Logan Paul's out there buckshot lariating motherfuckers. You know what I mean? This doesn't just come from, again, this is an L take for Dave, not because what he's saying, because he's accurate in what he's saying, but it's not from a place of fucking, it's like from an anger towards Logan Paul place that we see from AEW folks. But Meltzer said, what says, after being completely embarrassed yesterday and having the entire industry completely shit on his fake reporting, Dynamite Dave is back to shit posting and being worked by Logan Paul. Julian Weeks is still waiting for your quote tweet. Well, it's okay. Hey, Meltzer said, what? I'll say this. It's okay to be worked, brother. But yeah, obviously Logan Paul and Tom Brady were just like working everyone up for their flag football Saudi Arabia game or whatever. And that's all good. It's all part of the show, baby. But Dave Meltzer, he took some time to like kind of shit on Obafemi here. And he said that they lucked into him. So let's take a listen to this, man. He says that WWE lucked into Obafemi because usually guys that big are just real shitty at wrestling. And it's like, yeah, that's why he was at the PC for so long. That's why there's developmental. That's why they don't pull the trigger on him. That's why so quickly when Bryan was spurging out and everyone's like, give it time. That's why they spent time developing him before he was even on fucking television. They had him working out and they're developing him. That's why
he had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
It's paying off. What WWE's doing is working. It's good booking. It's good training. It's good honing of talent and developing stars and things of this nature. But instead of admitting that, Dave goes, it's just luck, Bryan. So let's take a listen to this bullshit.
On SmackDown, Aldis gave Obafemi a contract, and here on Raw, Pierce gave him one as well. Oba said that, you know, he needs some time to decide. And Miro was there for some reason because there was nothing else with Miro. He must have been wanting to talk to Pierce for something.
When Rusev first started, he was this big, giant guy, you know, and then he looked like
he was this big giant. I think he's Cuervo.
He had a Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Tiny next to Oba.
He's one of those guys, Bryan.
Just, I mean, Oba is several inches taller. But, I mean, Rusev was this big, giant guy. I mean, he dropped a lot of weight. So there's a difference. Like, he's not, you know, the whatever. But Oba is really a monstrous guy, you know. I mean, they really lucked into something with him because they got a guy who You know, I mean, they always want these guys, but usually guys, when they get those guys that size, they usually like totally suck as wrestlers.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy does, and this guy's good.
Yeah. He's really good.
Yeah, I don't know if guys Oba's size, fucking are all that bad at wrestling overall. I would say those are all the superstars. Like, what's good wrestling, Dave? Doing fucking topes?
On
Jesus Christ. And then Meltzer said, what goes luck? And then he goes, hi, Dave. Remember when you mocked WWE's recruiting of college athletes and said they only wanted 6'5" guys who turned heads at airports? But yeah, it was just luck. So literally Dave is criticizing WWE and going, they're only looking for these big. Remember what he just recently said too at the last tryouts? They're just looking for big black jacked guys, jacked black bodybuilders, Bryan. And then you look at the photos of the tryouts, and it was a bunch of white blonde ladies. I'm not even joking. Maybe a few Latinas in the mix. I'm fucking not even joking. We covered it here on the show. Fucking crazy, man. And then like Starboy Charlie got a tryout. Noted big black and jacked dude. And it's like someone's trolling him. They just signed Will Hobbs. His shirt was big, black, and jacked. And then someone trolls Meltzer in the WWE office and goes, yeah, and we're recruiting big, black, and jacked guys. Laughing on the other end, Dave reports it. They want big, black bodybuilders, Bryan. Holy fuck, man. What a clown. What a fucking clown. Okay? Ridiculous. But he mocked them for literally making their focus 6'5" football player, college athletes and shit. And that's what Obafemi is. And based on reports surrounding Dave Meltzer and WWE, the focus on recruiting individuals who are 6'5" and turn heads at airports refers to historical and ongoing preference for size and specific physical aesthetics in WWE's talent scouting recruiting strategy. Meltzer has noted that despite the industry's evolution, WWE has historically prioritized recruiting tall, athletic individuals, often valuing the look of someone 6'5" or taller over other attributes. Oh, so like Hollywood? Oh, so like, the business has evolved. Chris Hemsworth, you're out. Fucking Sheldon Cooper, you're in. You're Thor. Like, come on, man. Get the fuck out. You mean like Hollywood? You mean like the entertainment industry? And then Andy H. Melee. I'm Andy H. Melee. Per Juan, WWE are no longer scouting indie wrestling talent and are content to leave that scene to AEW. It's nothing new, but the focus, and this was wrong, clearly. Clearly, they bought up indie feds and fucking, it's nothing new, but the focus now is on aesthetics over experience. Teaching people with the right look how to wrestle is their goal. And then Tony Khan goes, I'll take 18 of them all day. So he's in there jumping on it. Fucking doing the splits for WBD. Someone needs to make that tweet. Doing the splits for WBD because it's fucking, they own a bit of AEW or whatever. But yeah, it's just so funny how Meltzer said what? Just repeatedly pwned this motherfucker the last few weeks. It's just been amazing. Let's see what else here. Let's see if we can just dive into maybe specifically WWE stuff. And then I want to talk about Booker T, obviously. But one other thing Dave did that was utterly disgusting is he defended Marty Scurll, which we're going to talk about here. Also, there's rumors, I think, that the Wrestling Observer's up for sale as well, which will be interesting. So, Dave Meltzer, man, what happened recently was Marty Scurll, and pardon the scrolling, Marty Scurll posted a picture of himself with Hangman Adam Page, right? And I'm not saying like Hangman Adam Page should be canceled and not allowed to work or have a job and all these things. If people want to pay tickets to see him, I guess they want to pay tickets to fucking see him. Scurll, on the other hand, I don't fucking know. Right now, it's a touchy subject with that sort of underage. I don't know if you guys are paying attention to any of these file drops recently, but it's just like, fuck all these guys. It's just people are tired of creepy weirdos, I think, right? I think we can all agree on that, no? And without getting too deep into it, but it's like Joey Ryan, go away. Marty Scurll, go the fuck away, right? I think people are kind of on that train. And I mean, some people in Europe will pay money to see Marty Scurll wrestle and whatnot. And it is what it is, man. And Marty Scurll posted a picture of him with Hangman Page. Hangman Page gave a fucking abysmal interview with John Alba. Maybe not an interview overall, but an abysmal response to the Marty Scurll thing. And, Dave Meltzer, of course, he writes in his shit reg, this is not meant as a defense of Scurll or Page, but... And it's fucking a lot of people got to call Dave out for this shit. And of course, he's like best friends with Hangman. I famously got blocked by Dave Meltzer because all I did was succinctly point out how the Bucks and Hangman are his friends. Right? And that's fine. Dave can block me. It's totally, I don't give a shit. It's his Twitter. But I'm just saying, that's all you really have to do is just point out an objective reality. And this is just in response to him saying that Ariel Helwani was obviously giving like a shill interview because he has relations with Nick Khan in some form or fashion, right? They shared the same whatever the fuck. Or they knew Nick Khan was his agent, Ariel Helwani's agent or manager or some shit back in the day. Something along those lines. And so Meltzer implied Ariel Helwani was being like a shill for the Fed and TKO. And so without even being like, fuck you, you scumbag, I just simply pointed out that he's buddies with the Bucks and Hangman. So wouldn't the same apply to him logistically? And Dave does not like that. So this is what Dave Meltzer wrote about the Marty Scurll thing. He says, this is not meant as a defense of Scurll or Page, but there is a reality that nobody ever had to answer for being in a photo, video, or having any personal or professional interaction since '92 with Vince McMahon. Oh my fucking Mark! Marty Scurll didn't own the company, Dave. And all of the people that you think didn't have to answer for being in a picture with Vince McMahon, who gave everyone their careers, Marty Scurll's just a fucking guy who's in the Bullet Club, okay? That you used to mark out for. Vince McMahon owned the company and was paying everybody and actually had a stranglehold on the industry. It's kind of like Harvey Weinstein. No one complained about that shit for a long time either. And it's like these fucking files coming out. All these ladies on The View are spurging out. Well, we're in the files, but there's a lot of people doing that, it seems like right now, huh? Go figure. And when people like fucking Vince McMahon have a stranglehold on the entire industry, yeah. And this is why you see people in pictures with fucking Feinstein and Rance and all these fucking rancid motherfuckers that people want to go away to. And guess what? All the people you think who haven't had to answer for being in photos with Vince are people who online, Booker T had to answer for being in a fucking picture with Chase and Rance. They make you answer for being in pictures with fucking Feinstein and stuff like this. Okay. So yes, that did happen too. It's just with Vince, that's like the fucking anomaly of it all. That's like the Harvey Weinstein of it all. You can't look at fucking every single actress. Most actresses you see in photos with Harvey Weinstein were probably victims before they were fucking, before they were like in on his fucking gag with him, right? That's what you probably can assume. Any young ladies around him were likely being victimized before they were fucking like on his team or like running fucking cover for him or whatever, right? I would say it's likely safe to assume that. If there's other bigwigs like John Laurinaitis and shit, and it's like, how does this guy still have a job? Well, it makes a lot of fucking sense how he had a job, and he just so happens to be named and shit and has to leave when Vince leaves. And now, you know what I mean? That makes a lot of sense why he was getting fucking, right? He's running cover, okay? For him to equate Marty Scurll to Vince McMahon is fucking insane. Dave has lost his goddamn mind with this. I'm sorry. Until the Janelle Grant lawsuit was filed in 24. 92 is when Rita Chatterton first went forward public. Also, hopefully everyone who is critical of Page for being in a photo and apparently remaining in contact with Scurll of being consistent pretty much would have to say the same reaction to any pro wrestler today who are friends and remain friends with any pro wrestler in the territorial days. Holy fuck, man! Oh my God, look at this sentence. Also, this is, ready? Are you guys ready? Also, hopefully everyone who is critical of Page for being in a photo and apparently remaining in contact with Scurll of being consistent pretty much would have to save the same reaction to any pro wrestler today who were friends and remain friends with any pro wrestlers in the territory days or in companies that ran in the same cities on a regular cycle, because for better or worse, this behavior was commonplace for decades. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's a paragraph sentence, a paragraph and a half sentence with typos. So you know Dave's just spurging out while he's fucking. You know Dave's just spurging out. Save making typos. Just fucking typing the longest world record for the longest run-on sentence of all time. Oh, man. So he again is equating it to all the territories and shit from like 100 fucking years ago. Not that it makes it any better or worse, but it's like, yeah, this is recent though, bud. This is like a thing that happened 6-7 years ago. And Dave thinks that the internet doesn't jump at people for being in photos with Feinstein and shit. And he doesn't realize that if being consistent, then Dave, why don't you keep the same energy when it comes to, because again, he's equating some AEW wrestler shit to WWE stuff from a long time ago. Okay, then be consistent in calling out All In when they paper the house. But he's adamant they hold the fucking world record. Meanwhile, he spurgs out over the 93,000. It was actually like 77,000 for like fucking a million years. He's still hung up on all this old ass shit, which, yes, in historical context, history does matter. But just comparing Marty Scurll, like I gave you a 1-to-1 attendances, right? Like I get you want to spurg out over all this old shit, but attendances, that's like a 1-to-1. You're doing Marty Scurll, a guy who, like, if he showed up in AEW or WWE, it's not like he'd just be a fucking draw, to the guy who had a stranglehold. There was like 2 decades there where it was WWE or nothing, which, however it affected the wrestling world and how people developed is here, neither here nor there. But there was like 2 decades there, or close to, like, you know, around 20 years, 15, 20 years, where it was like, there's nothing but WWE, and then internet shit for a little bit, and then AEW came along. But either way, man, this is just insane cope sweeping for Page. He says also, hopefully everyone who's okay, we read that. I can't believe that's one sentence. While it would be terribly unfair to say all wrestlers of the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, but in just about every territory that ran cities on a regular rotation. So, Dave, you've been protecting fucking terrible people and standing all these fucking terrible people and sweeping for more terrible people than anyone in the history of man, covering the most terrible people and not unveiling all the terrible hidden secrets that they fucking... but you're a wrestling journalist and you want to preach about this stuff now, but 30 years ago, you're the expert. You weren't fucking, well, yeah, he went after Vince in the steroid trials and all this shit. Yeah, but he just went after Vince. He just had a fucking hate boner for Vince. And that's okay, but I can't have a hate boner for Dave. It's like, come on, man. What are you talking about, Dave? Like, why are you covering? So you're covering for another sicko? How many of these sickos did you fucking cover for then? Did you sweep for and run articles like this? Fucking nutty, man. Like, hold yourself to the same fucking stand. Don't even speak on it. Just talk about the wrestling and grade the wrestling matches, buddy. So he says a large percentage would fit into the same category as Scurll, and it was a way of life in the industry in the term. It was one of the fringe benefits of being a wrestler, with the idea you're in a high school environment and never had to graduate from the nighty party scene. Never had to graduate from the nighty party scene. You mean nightly? Like, just get a spell check, Dave. It'll auto fucking correct it for you. Just get a program that auto corrects for you if you're too lazy to use fucking Google Docs or whatever before you copy and paste it over. Like, what are you doing? And now he's sitting here and saying in the 90s to the 50s, everyone was banging fucking little kids. The Epstein list, Dave? Is this what you're talking? Like, what are you fucking saying? You didn't have to leave the high school party scene. Now, here's the thing, right? Bands sang songs like Christine 16 and all type of weird shit. Yeah, it was, you could get away with that shit more in the fucking past. Yes, absolutely. Hollywood stands up and they applaud Woody Allen, who fucking did horrible things to, allegedly, if you're reading these fucking files, I don't know, deep dark shit, and also married his fucking step kid and things of this nature. Roman Polanski, they all stand up and fucking applaud this guy. He had to fucking flee the country because of the shit he was doing. Yeah, it for sure was more prominent, but it's just crazy that to run cover, like, now you're saying, so society evolved, and what Scurll did isn't even what Vince did, bro. Vince is like heinous, disgusting fucking type things he is accused of. Scurll is just a dude who's like, oh no, man, we was just hanging out and it was at a party and we was drunk and she was underage and I didn't know. Or this is what JJ was saying, right? This is all South Park too. Like, I'm fucking, but apparently it was like someone he trained, like was training to wrestle or something. So these are all details I'd have to look more in depth into, but I'm just saying, like, it's just a whole different situation, man. And yeah, it's similar in that, like, he used a position of power and influence likely to be in a situation to whatever, but society changed and people aren't cool with that. So you're just sitting there going, yeah, you remember all that shit before you were born that people did that was fucked up, that you guys, by saying that you think it's fucked up, Hangman's in an image with this guy, you are essentially saying that it was fucked up what all these guys did back then too, but they're fucking dead, or, you know, whatever the fuck is going on with them. I don't know. Maybe their names are in fucking files. I can't let the files go. They're crazy. I mean, I'm a fucking good swimmer. Everyone's putting tweets like that out. I love my life. I love my family. I'm a good swimmer, which I am, by the way. But jokes aside, like, yeah, Meltzer, it just seems weird. This seems incredibly tone deaf and out of touch. And leave it to Meltzer to, of course, do that. It's like, nobody. It was a way of life back then, so cancel everyone except for AEW because, you know, it's okay with it's, you know, just to, please don't cancel Hangman. And none of these guys are friends with any of the other It's not like a bunch of people got speaking out it. It's not like Will Ospreay fucking people were mad at him for sweeping for people who fucking speaking out it. Dave, just shut the fuck up, man. Or what was it? Speaking out movement? Yeah, that's what it was. So, again, with the idea you're in the high school environment in the 50s. Okay, well, what does that have to do with Marty Scurll? Why was Marty Scurll in a high school environment in 20 whatever the fuck, you know. In territories that didn't pay well, the term used to be payment and pussy, with the idea you may not be making money, but you'll have access to young girls, women, because you're on television. Oh, God. Dave, yeah, payment and pussy is creepy, but that's still a thing, right? So people, Biggie said it, you know, Biggie said it, he's fucking a big, ugly, fat dude. He's got to fucking, with a lazy eye, you got to learn how to rap, get bitches. You know what I mean? Like, this is what, or maybe that was a bit. That might be a Chappelle bit, or I think that might be a bit, actually. I don't think Biggie said that himself. I think that's a stand-up comedian's bit, but it's like you get good at something. Yeah, you want to get girls and stuff like that. It doesn't mean it's okay that they were getting underage girls and they ran high school shows. What do you expect? Like, yeah, like times were different, man. You watch Back to the Future, you're like, this movie's fucked up. When you really think about it, you know, shit was different. I get it, but it's like society's kind of moved on, and that's why it's fucked up. So you defending it is like, no, Dave, we know all this. We understand everything you're saying. And all these rock and roll guys would sing about fucking teenage girls and stuff. We know what you're saying, dude. Like, what you're saying is true, but we've moved on for that. So why are you using it as an excuse? It just seems so fucking tone deaf. And yeah, so again. And then somebody posted, who's this guy? I forget this guy's name. Moist Critical or whatever.
Sexual assault as much as the next guy. Yeah, that's some bad stuff. Rape, boo, don't like it. But, you know, I dislike sexual assault as much as the next guy. Yeah, that's some bad stuff. Rape, boo, don't like it. But, you know, I dislike sexual assault as much as the next guy.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I think that's, what's that guy's name? Moist Critical or whatever. Too lazy to try? No, that's a different guy. His voice is a little nerdier there. So, speaking of nerd alerts, David Blue Sky Bixenspan, the Bix, is on the case. So, Bryan Alvarez, you've got some splaining to do when you get back from your bi-monthly vacation. So, I don't even know what this is about. Garrett says, writing this kind of story is an Ouroboros of engagement farming. An Ouroboros of good word. Of engagement farming that really illustrates the decline of the Wrestling Observer as a publication. Dave Meltzer says the Wrestling Observer as a publication has nothing to do with this. It's a viewpoint from a podcaster on the site, very different, and the key is one category out of nearly 50. And then David Bixenspan says, a podcaster on the site. David Bixenspan then, quote, blue skies himself and says, seriously though, why is everyone there dancing around having sold the site? Bryan's ownership was unsophisticated. He didn't have an LLC issuing 1099s with his SSN as the payer ID. If there's a sudden new ownership in Delaware and they have other unrelated assets globally, the site was sold. What the fuck are they even talking about? I can tell you firsthand there's no sale. Yeah, this guy says I need context. Nothing of value. Yeah, I'm lost. What site? Are they talking about the Observer site? Andrew Zarian says, I can tell you firsthand there's no sale. Andrew, the man that drops Easter eggs for Tony Khan but never spills the beans. You don't listen to me, obviously. I don't know. Zarian's chill, but I don't even know what they're alluding to. Meltzer said, what? You need to DM me and give me context on this one. I thought this was alluding to, when I originally saw it, or he sent it to me, I originally thought that it had to do with the Observer site, but I don't know. Here's Dave Meltzer talking about luchadors, I guess. Let's take a listen.
I'm I'm interested in the game as a football fan, but this is kind of like the worst of both worlds, being a 49ers fan with the two teams who are involved. So
I'm more worried about trying to navigate Sunday traffic, and making sure that I keep people in the house so they don't get arrested. So there.
Oh gosh.
No, I you know the story.
What?
You what?
Do you remember
what is he? What? Yeah, and Garrett's like, yeah, super uncomfortable. Dave, who do you have chained up in your basement?
And making sure that I keep people in the house so they don't get arrested. So there.
Oh gosh.
No, I you know the story.
He's harboring fugitives. Lock him up. Lock him up. So I think we have WWE and AEW and Kenny Omega being the GOAT. So let's get into that. I'm still recovering from my sickness here, guys. Pardon my disgusting fucking coughs and noises that you've had to endure throughout this. I'm on the other end of it here. But we have Dave Meltzer talking about AEW and why it's been so great lately. And one thing he's been glazing a lot, and a lot of people have, is using Kenny Omega more effectively. And I do agree, like having him on the show, I think Swerve and Omega and these guys are all net positives for AEW. And having Kenny on the show and booking him, I'll say this, like that match was fucking good between him and Swerve on Dynamite last night. Time cop. But they added too many fucking false finishes, and then like he hits him with the finishers, and then the ref's out, and then he fucking does the cheating thing, but then there's a kick out, then there's another ref, then there's 10 more fucking sequences and all that. It's like, man, you had it right there. Just have Swerve cheat and fully heel turn, because him cheating wasn't heel turn, because they did the heel turn sort of like the full-blown heel turn in the match with him cheating, like using the buckle, right? But then after they had him like deliberating a little bit, then he fucked Kenny Omega up more, and it's like, buddy, do it all at once. Like have him cheat, get the pin, and then he fucks up Kenny more. It's just stupid. It's doing too much, or not enough at once. Maybe it's not enough. Well, as the false finishes, there were too many, so it's too much but not enough all at once, even though that sounds retarded. You guys know what I mean? Like too much of one thing and not enough of the other thing. So anyways, here's Dave glazing Kenny Omega a whole bunch, and he talked about how Omega and Gabe Kidd got match of the year in the Observer Awards.
Match of the year, Kenny Omega versus Gabe Kidd.
I think every one of those matches, those top 13 matches, every one of them, I think, could have won in many, many years, and would have won in many years, and many would have won in most years. This was an incredible year for matches. Whoever won was just going to be who got whatever. It's like Bandito and Takeshita. The fact that they took second on a Ring of Honor show is impressive, because again,
it's not impressive. It's not impressive. That's what you and your sycophants with a T for PWT fucking watch is Ring of Honor. So no, it's not impressive.
Man, the one thing about that match is that I remember, because I didn't see that match live, and I remember I went on social media and it was just like everyone, this is a match of the year, this is a match of the year, this is a match of the year, which actually I think is a terrible negative when you read that first, because then you go like whatever. But then when I watched that match, it was like, oh my God.
So it's a terrible negative when you read that a match is match of the year, match of the year. Meanwhile, Dave already in 2026 has said 2 or 3 times that we've covered on the show that we've already had match of the year. In January, he said like 2 matches were match of the year. In 26 already. So if we're being consistent, Dave, as you like to say, what the fuck? So you're burying, that you're doing a detriment to these matches by fucking claiming they're so good right off the rip.
Match I've ever seen. Kenny and Gabe.
Or do you just mean not until you see them, Dave?
Kid was a different match. I mean, when it was over, I thought it was going to win match of the year. You know what I mean? It's like this year too on the 4th. Tanahashi and Okada. It's like no, everyone's going to fight for second. When Kenny and we watched that one together. I mean, I thought everyone's fighting for second.
I don't get it. And then also what did Kenny Omega and Gabe Kidd? So we'll look it up. How many stars did Dave Meltzer give Kenny Omega and Gabe Kidd 2025? How many stars did he rate the match? 5 stars, or was it a 6-star? 5-star worthy. Yeah, I think 5.25 stars, or what is it? Here, someone posted it on Threads. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, he gave it 5.25 stars. So now let's Google what was the highest star rating Dave Meltzer gave a match in 2025. So in 25, he gave HangmanPage and Will Ospreay 5.5 stars at AEW Double or Nothing. So wouldn't that be Dave Meltzer's match of the year? Do you guys know what I'm saying? Wouldn't that be stupid the idiot one? But instead, Bandito and Takeshita got second place, even though this is how it's just Dave's influence. Because if people were just thinking about this objectively and logically, you would come to this conclusion.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time, too.
The highest rated should be your fucking highest rated match. No? Even for his own pick. His own top 2 choices aren't even the match he gave the highest rating to last year. I'm confused.
Match.
So Kenny Omega is just the absolute GOAT, right? And so is Tony Khan. Tony Khan's the best guy, though. Whereas Kenny Omega is the GOAT. And I think we have a couple more Kenny clips here. So this is Dave. We have one more here where Dave really glazes this fucking match that I was talking about earlier. I kind of jumped the shark there on that. I give my thoughts on it. I think it was a really good match. You know what match I actually like too? Mox and Doyle. Or I mean Davis, pardon me. I liked it. It was a hard-hitting, solid bout. Just, again, went a little too long. Just a little too fucking long. And then, again, Mox is just running through everyone now. So here's Dave's thoughts on the Omega versus Swerve match. And then we're going to get his thoughts on Dynamite and Valentine's Day and Grand Slam and all that shit.
I think there's probably nobody in wrestling today who can put together and execute the type of match that Omega did. Like it was, I wouldn't say it was as good as the Gabe Kidd match, but it wasn't far off. But I mean, as far as putting it together and the selling and things like that, I mean, he's like a master. Like there's guys who can do more athletically, although he did a ton athletically in this match. But as far as like the whole package of a match, I mean, it was, I think that it's maybe the second or third best match this year because it can't win.
See,
first.
Dave was just talking about, you don't want to say the best matches. It's 2026, and he's already said that Takeshita and Tsuji had the best match of the year, might be match of the year. He already said that Tanahashi and Okada had the greatest match he's ever seen of all time. And then now he's saying that Omega Swerve is match of the year. He's lost his fucking mind, dude.
My
He's
God,
lost
it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. but I mean, it could be second. I mean, that or the Ishii and Taichi and Uemura and was a Shota Umino match. I think those would be the two matches I got battling for second right now.
Now he's talking about second and third best match already in the fucking year. We're not even 2 months deep, buddy. The fuck are you doing? So Dave Meltzer had this to say about Takahashi leaving while we're on the topic of Nuge and Kenny Omega and whatnot. This is what he had to say about Takahashi leaving New Japan.
The farewell to Takahashi. His basic thing is that I will be back. My goal in life is to win the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship again, and as a junior heavyweight, win the IWGP Heavyweight Championship. And he said, and be in prime time, which I think means, he's always said he wanted to main event the Tokyo Dome as IWGP Heavyweight Champion or Challenger, but while holding the Junior Heavyweight Championship, which has never been done. He didn't say where he's going. This is not the end of me in New Japan. I will be back. As he's talking about leaving, Yuto Ice. Okay, so you got to understand, Yuto Ice is like this badass heel, tough guy, whatever. Like, he is the last guy on earth who in character should be reacting, and he knows it, and he just starts, like, everyone else is a little sad about Takahashi leaving. You could see it in their faces.
They're just a little sad because me and Tone don't really care for Takahashi, so they're only a little sad.
No one's crying. He just starts crying like crazy, and he knows he can't do it. So he's got this hood on. So he's putting the hood over his eyes so you can't see him cry, but he's like breaking down. It was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. And then they're doing the thing, and Takahashi's doing this promo, and he's just got this thing. He's making sure that you can't see his face because he's crying. It was something.
He's just got this thing, the hood on his hoodie. You mean the hoodie on his sweatshirt? No. We call them hoodies up here there, bud. Bunny hugs. So let's get into Dave Meltzer. Well, actually, no, here, sorry. So this is the last New Japan one. Thank God I remember this. So Wrestling Observer newsletter, Dave Meltzer's rated Ren Narita versus Aaron Wolf from New Beginning in Osaka -1 star. And it was a 2-minute match. So I think it's the lowest rated. What is Dave Meltzer's lowest star rated match in history? Star rated match in history. It might be the lowest. Maybe there is a -2. 0 he gave to a couple matches. So -3.5, is that, or is that even Dave Meltzer? That might be someone else's. A -3 to Jake Roberts versus Andre. Okay, so -1 isn't the worst of all time, but I didn't think it was, but it's one of the worst of all time, right? -1 star. Now, Aaron Wolf out of nowhere loses to Ren Narita in 2 minutes. He just drops the belt. And I don't know if it's because he's getting punished, or if he pissed Gato off, or if this was their plan the whole time. They were like, let's give him a good showing against Evil on his way out, and then we're just gonna fuck him and beat him. Like, it couldn't even be competitive. It's just quickly he gets beat. And also, like, remember Dave Meltzer was kind of laughing at Aaron Wolf, and he didn't really put Aaron Wolf over. He kind of buried him and said his physique was trash and all that shit. And then all of a sudden he just gets beat 2 minutes, -1 star. And it's like, how can a match be -1 star if the idea of the booking, Bryan? Well, Phil Marks, the idea behind the booking was, before you roast me again, like, if the idea was a low blow, roll up, whatever the fuck, then how is that -1 star at the same time? Like, did they just execute it poorly? Did he not sell the roll up well, or however the fuck this went down? Right? I don't quite understand. Like, a match isn't because it goes long, it's better. Now, typically, if it goes longer, it is better. But just like in MMA, typically fights that go a little longer, you get more highlights and moments and back and forth, a roller coaster ride before the knockout. But doesn't mean that when fights just end spectacularly, first round KO, that's not cool too. So I don't really get how you could judge it like, oh, well, there was no flips or body slams in this one, so -1 star. Whatever. I just wonder if there's an agenda there because Dave was kind of hating on him before. And so we'll see. Yeah, we covered Dave sweeping for motherfuckers. Now let's get into Dave's AEW stuff. So this is just AEW stuff, catching up on what he's been saying. And also he talks about Kenny Omega a little bit. Oh yeah, I skipped over this one. So Kenny Omega's fucking off to a Capcom event, and that's why he had the match with Swerve. I guess it's okay. We're doing it now. He had the match with Swerve on this Dynamite because he's fucking off to Japan, which he had previously, before he would have been booked for Revolution. He previously committed to this Capcom thing, and it's just crazy that everybody's working.
The best guy's Tony Khan.
He's the definition of a money mark. They all take his money, but then they prioritize everything else. Movies. They're talking about if Hangman doesn't beat MJF for the title, he can never challenge for the world title. And it's like, he's winning the title then, because unless Tone decides to go back on it and pull not a Cody Rhodes, because allegedly, like, they wanted Rhodes to eventually go back on it, but Rhodes was the one who was like,
Allegedly.
No. I don't know if Rhodes has said this himself, but this is the rumors and innuendo floating around that Rhodes was like, no, if I do it, I'm sticking to it. So if maybe Tone's idea, it's always been like, oh yeah, let's have someone not be able to do it, then heel turn, then go back on it. I don't know. I'll just say this. They are going to pivot Hangman heel because people are kind of against him right now. And also, MJF might drop this title if he has a movie coming up. Like, he prioritizes shit. It's just him and Joe taking the title whenever they're back from shooting shit. And then they just rotate a couple other guys in there. Kenny Omega is out there, like, instead of being on their fucking pay-per-view, and I applaud him for being on their TV and shit, but he's like, no, I'm going to go do this Capcom thing while I take all your money, Tone. It's fucking cooked, man. People just take advantage of the fucking guy. Let's take a listen to Dave here.
Kenny Omega is booked in Japan for a Capcom event the week of the Revolution pay-per-view.
Good.
So I don't think that he's going to be on that show at all.
I'm all for an MJF Andrade match.
Well, it's going to be him or Page, one or the other. I mean, you could do either one. I mean, I don't know one's better than the. I mean, they're different. I mean, Andrade does more spectacular moves. I think Page has better matches. As far as marketability, I mean, it just depends on what you're going for. As far as marketability goes, I mean, Andrade's new. Does that mean more, or is Page?
Andrade's new. I hate how they just pretend like Andrade's first run didn't ever happen. And that's just erased from history now. It's like, fuck off.
A more established star in AEW, will he mean more?
Well, if that Collision show really did a great number because a new guy showed up going after a title.
First match.
Yeah.
But first match.
Still,
no, it's not his first match. Everyone knows who Andrade is, dipshit.
It's been very, very hot the last several weeks. I mean,
yeah, I mean, he had a great.
He's only really hot right now because the booking of him has been okay. They're featuring him. He's getting big wins, and he jumped over from WWE just like a week apart. Left WWE, glommed fucking Kenny Omega while under WWE contract still. That's why he's got heat right now, and he's awesome. He was picking up momentum a bit in WWE as well. He fucked it up for him and Ray Phoenix and left Ray Phoenix high and dry. But they're sitting here talking like, oh, it's his first ever match. And no, he worked in this company before and was stuck with the Hardy faction. He took over the Hardy Party faction or whatever.
It was a great match tonight. The people were super into it. They were chanting his name last week. I mean, he was over like a baby face tonight, even though he's with the Don Callis family and facing Kenny Omega.
Really depends on what his plans are down the road. Because he's not booking this for, you know what I mean? This isn't like the end. This is part of the story. And it just depends on where he's going with the story. But the thing, I do feel that this multiple championship challenger thing, with Swerve, because Swerve's going to be back in the picture. Obviously Andrade, Page, Omega will be back in the picture. Brody King's in the picture. There's probably going to be others in the picture. That's really boosted interest in AEW. I don't think there's no doubt about it.
So just having it's just the most elementary shit. Go figure, Dave. Oh, you sports entertain it up and you have multiple compelling challengers all vying for a title and we can see them competing for it and they're calling MJF out and shit. Oh, it's boosted interest. Just the most elementary surface level shit. Go figure, dude. It's a step in the right direction, to say the least. Moving along here, Dave talks about if people were going to watch Grand Slam Australia, and as we saw, they did 500,000, which everyone's like, oh, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. But meanwhile, it's like,
God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
That's, a shitty rating. It's not even half of what Punk did on a Rampage when he came back. You got to really look at things over the last 7 years, man. But here was his cope, his premeditated cope over Grand Slam.
They are really loading up this Grand Slam Australia show on a Saturday night on Valentine's night. Like, I've got to believe that
sounds like
them loading up shows gets them 500,000 viewers, 600,000 viewers. And they're like, oh, what a bounce back. They're beating Raw now, which 50% of you in the poll voted that Dave Meltzer's greatest lie this year so far, not even 2 months in, is that Dynamite's beat Raw on the live viewing or whatever the fuck. It's crazy.
Something Tony would do.
That
people will stay home Valentine's Day and watch this show. Let's do it.
Some people will. Well, the thing is, last year they on that weekend, they did the Australia show, but they followed the NBA All-Star game and they did a phenomenal number because they followed, not the game, the All-Star game, but the All-Star Saturday night is what they followed. And they had, and they had a loaded show there that night too, really loaded. This one they're trying, he's really loading this show up.
Now the run-in matters too, like the Grand Slam. We've all let go of like, what is the lead-in? Because we're just done arguing. Like, what are we going to keep pointing that out for 2 years straight? That the fucking lead-in to every Collision is an NBA game. And then they started moving Collision around. So when they're back in their normal slot, it doesn't matter what the lead-in is. They're doing terrible shit. But some people have pointed out, man, after all that NBA shit, you really got to think about, did the lead-in give it a boost as well? So then, and if you want to play that fucking game and bring up lead-ins, and it seems like Dave's coping over the fucking lead-in. This might be after this as well. I had a few Grand Slam clips again. This fucking Dave Meltzer folder has been piling up. But you want to talk about lead-ins and shit. Dave's the one bringing it up, so let's talk about it. Thank you, Trick Williams. Let's talk about it. I got my lemon pepper steppers on. Let's talk about it, Dave. Why the fuck? I need let's talk about it on the soundboard. Someone email me that. Why the fuck are you bringing this up now? Again, everyone's done talking about lead-ins and shit, but some people are now piggybacking off of this and going, well, yeah, Dave, what was the lead-in then? I'm sure that boosted the fucking rating a little bit. And it's true. It is interesting. It's like, okay, if you're an AEW hater, to give you a talking point or a spin like Dave would do, let me arm you guys. Well, what the fuck was the lead in on that one? It's an oldie but a goodie, and it still works. However, I don't want to do all that lead and shit. I feel like that's an old thing. And again, Dave just out of touch.
But it's not going to have that great beneficial lead in. It's also going to be at its regular time. The other one was aired much later. But 8 to 10 on Valentine's night, man, that's a tough one. I mean, there are people who are going to be home, on Valentine's night, but man, there's going to be a very significant percentage of people who are not home on Valentine's night. Or if they are, and they are in a relationship, they may get a lot of pressure not to watch wrestling, even though it's a good show.
Their wives may be like, don't watch this
poor
show.
People don't like AEW.
But honey, it's a great show, honey. But it's so good. But honey, Kenny Omega. Dave. It's funny. Yeah, people went out. I went out. I had a noodle
They are
bowl.
really loading up this.
It was good shit. It was spectacular, actually. So, Dave Meltzer, and this is related to WWE in a sense that Dave brings up and evokes WWE out of nowhere. And hey, Dave, Meltzer said, hey, Dave, you absolutely hack piece of shit. Crusty old lying PR bot, ball washer. You're such a bad journalist that a random Twitter account can clown you daily. Frank DeFord would bitch slap you if he was still alive. And basically, Dave just quote tweeted this thing with Daniel Bryan and was like, wait, I thought he was going to WWE. And it's like, what? Whoever said Bryan was going to WWE? I don't think anybody's ever claimed that or said that was going to happen. And he just got bitch slapped around a little bit. But while on the topic of Grand Slam Australia, and these are cool posters, man, I'm going to give AEW props on this. They kind of like Mikey Ruckus, I guess, isn't like outsourcing wrestling themes, but he's just like a guy making beats and shit. And he makes some of these wrestler themes and they're pretty good. But I don't know who's making their fucking graphics, their fight posters. A lot of the posters are overloaded bullshit. That's just too much. We've covered some of the ones they've done have been terrible. Some of these posters though are really fucking cool, especially for some of like the 1-on-1 or just like 2-on-2 matches, whatever. They do really good posters in that, and their packages, their vignettes and shit are getting better. Like they did one for MJF and that on this last Dynamite. It was better. Or it was good, And they also outsource and get like wrestlers themselves will go and get like vignettes done. And one thing Tone needs to do is like ask some of these wrestlers and then hire some where they're getting them done and then hire some of these people, because like Julia Hart has these really sweet vignettes done for her. Now it's just she's sitting on a staircase with Sky Blue and Tekla's talking and doing her little like kind of rapper vibe thing, right? She's like pointing and head nodding and whatever. She's just saucing on everybody, and it works, right? But like, how many times are they just going to be standing in front of a staircase? Like, do some cool shit, do some cool vignettes. And these wrestlers have gone out of pocket, get these made. Tony puts them on TV. He doesn't reimburse them for it. And that's why you don't see follow-ups. That's why you don't see follow-ups of these vignettes, guys, because he does it's other than like El Clone and Hologram and shit. And those are the laziest ones, go figure. And that's because he is the one he's behind those ones, right? The hologram one, I don't know. It looked kind of cheesy, like him jumping into the fucking Matrix kind of. I don't know. It just was like, all right, he's in front of a green screen, whatever. And then the El Clone, I think, was just like a computer typing or whatever. And then it is what it is, right? So Tone does those ones because he owns those IP. But when it comes to like these wrestlers, you don't see follow-up vignettes, because like the wrestler, for the most part, it's the wrestlers out there like getting them done. And then Tone goes, yeah, we'll air it. And then it airs once. And then there's no more like, okay, next week I want to build off this cool vignette you brought to television that I put on television. There's none of that going into it. Now, they ran some cool vignettes for Bandito, but I also kind of clowned on those vignettes because I thought there was a better, more effective way to do it, but they were kind of cool. But again, if somebody came to me and said, yo, Phil, he fucking made those, he went out of pocket and made those vignettes himself, or like he suggested it, then they got made and they just shot it in one day and then they separated it into a bunch of vignettes, which is obviously what you do. I wouldn't be shocked though if they told me like that was Bandito who facilitated all of that and got that done and everything, and that's why they were airing them. I would not be shocked for one fucking second. But if that wasn't the case, good on Tone. You know, he got one. A broken clock's right twice a day or whatever, once a day, whatever the fuck to say. I'm redacted. Anyways, let's listen to this clip.
I thought it was good.
And shout out the posters and the fucking all of those people who don't get the love and all the high schoolers not getting compensated who aren't and all the cameramen that Moxley's assaulted. Fucking show you guys out.
Good. My love-hate match, of course, is the Briscoe and Fletcher match. It was spectacular, and yet at the same time, it's like, you know, I have learned not to like ladder matches because the mentality of people on ladder matches is to see how much punishment they can take.
The mentality of people in ladder matches is to see how much punishment they can take.
Stupid idiot. Thank you. Fuck you. Bye. Boom.
Do you guys hear this? The mentality of a ladder match to Dave, to the wrestlers who listen and idolize and call Dave on the phone. The mentality of those
he had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
And Tony Khan and Dave Meltzer and his fucking readers and viewers, more than likely, at least the ones voting in his shit. Not the ones keeping an eye on him, but the ones voting in his shit. Is the mentality in a ladder match is how much punishment can you take? I just don't know.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
I'm just at a loss for words. The mentality of a ladder match is we got to fucking climb. Someone's got to climb this ladder and get that thing from there. And that's how the match ends. And we got to make it look good. We got to make it believable. And we got to get people invested. I guess now it's, we're going to see how much punishment you can take. What? Just shoot fight. You want to see how much punishment you can take? MMA fight. Call up Jake Paul and go, I want to fight on your thing. On your MVP freak show fucking influencer fighter thing. Let me fight on that. That's what you do if you want to just like get punished, man. Call up Steve-O and go, I want to be in Jackass 5.
Which is always a tough one, but when you throw in the ladder and the uneven surfaces that you land on, and you know, I mean, I like you watch it and you just go like, this. Some of this stuff is just going to shorten careers. But I mean, they were spectacular and they were fantastic. And but yeah, you know, there's that. You know, Moxley Takeshita, to me, when it was over, you know, let's say they built it kind of slow. They really peaked at the end, so that was good. And it was very clear when it was over and they did the post-match that this was to set up another match probably on the pay-per-view that would be better, because I could really see if Takeshita's not hurt, and I haven't heard that he is, it felt to me like he in particular was really holding back. And I think that he was holding back so that when they do the pay-per-view match, like that's the killer match that they can do.
Holding back. But that's the killer match that they can do. Like, listen to the way he talks about this shit. So here's Dave talking more. We're going to listen to more of what he has to say. And he's talking about Andrade versus Hangman and how the winner receives a world title match at Revolution. And he kind of shits on Hangman a little bit because the people are shitting on Hangman a little bit right now.
I know people wanted to.
But I think Tone's whole objective has been hot potato the belt around. So I think he had Hangman drop it to Joe because he knew that he's going to go from Joe, because he knew he'd have Joe for a little bit, MJF for a little bit, and then he'll go back to Hangman. I honestly fucking think that. I know a lot of people are like, no, MJF's not dropping it. They're doing a swerve and all this shit. It depends. Like, has anything leaked about MJF's movie shit? Do I gotta go snooping around? Lex,
I don't
have you heard
know.
anything? Yeah, me neither, dude. But I could totally see Tone having Hangman drop it to Joe and then MJF and then back to Hangman while they fuck off for a bit again. And then you have Swerve, which they'll run that back. Swerve, Kenny in the world title picture. Kenny versus Hangman, they're going to want to run that back too. Because Tone's only got so many fucking matches. And they're the problem with their fans too. And this is a problem with the fan base. This is a problem with sickos and wackos and fickle wrestling fans. And where sometimes the WWE approach, I'd say a lot of the times, is better. When you kind of milk and space out some of these interactions, or you take a while, or you have like a long storyline like Drew McIntyre and Cody Rhodes, and you sort of like draw it out for a while, you know, people get mad at like, oh, this match again. And it's like, dude, the Attitude Era, you had people beefing like all fucking year. You know, you had people beefing fucking in the Hogan era. It was like there weren't even a whole whack of events. So a beef would be carried on for months just because the next big event is on this date and you had to fucking wait for it. Like, I don't know, man. It's crazy to me how fickle wrestling fans are, but I think Tone's a little disillusioned with like some of these guys being their top guys in terms of what that fan that has gate kept so many people want to see, and how fickle they are. And what I mean by that is like they just want to see, oh, Danielson. Like every sicko does the same thing. Like, let's say Danielson comes in AEW. Oh, Danielson versus Omega, Strickland, Page, and then you don't see all those matches, or maybe you see a few of them, or you see them and then they don't really have a lot of build, or they don't amount to anything. And then Tone thinks like he can go back and revisit some of these shits that people are like, no, we already saw it and we popped our wad for it because it was just a one-off. This is why AEW would benefit from being a fucking super indie, like I say all the time. That's where it would benefit from just Tone. Pay these guys for one-offs on your pay-per-views and just tour the world with AEW, GCW style. Spend your money to make it just like one step above. Tour all over the world and like upload shit to YouTube, matches, showcase indie guys, play it that way. Instead of going, we're the challenger brand, we're Pepsi. Like, instead of doing that, just fucking approach it this way. And I promise, like, people would accept it more. And I bet they do more pay-per-view buys because it would feel exciting again. You only do 3-4 pay-per-views a year, 3 or 4. And you can build up to this shit. And you can keep these guys on fucking or just pay them like you're paying them, but just approach it in a way where you have a way better YouTube presence. They need to bring back their live YouTube show presence, like what AAA is doing and all that. And they need to cut back on the amount of events they do. If AEW did that, I bet they would do way better attendance-wise on the big events and sales-wise on the big events. And they would start getting some of these guys over a little bit if they leaned in on the fact that we're kind of a super fucking indie and we're not all up in your face crying about WWE every fucking 2 weeks or every week you got someone melting down about, like, if they just backed off all that, I think it would benefit them. I don't know. No one wants to listen to me. It is what it is. Sorry, let's continue this clip.
See Andrade win, not everyone, of course, but I expected Hangman just because, you know, for Andrade to win, he's going to have to tear up all of his booking. I mean, if you just pay attention, and I mean, I've seen this thing coming, and then afterwards, it's been kind of explained to me. So the whole gist of the World Championship booking was this, okay? Hangman beat MJF twice last year, and that was always the goal that JF left to do the movie thing.
Mhm.
And then Hangman did not lose the title to MJF because Tony did not want Hangman to lose to MJF because he's beat him twice and MJF was going to be the champion. So he used Samoa Joe as the buffer, which actually
goddamn, imagine you're using Samoa Joe as the fucking buffer. And Dave's speaking about this definitively. How would he know?
The best guy is Tony Khan.
You know, like they're just talking and hanging out and shit. Like, how else would he know this for sure to be the case? And people don't see this as a fucking problem. And Bryan Alvarez copes and goes, "Oh, well, don't you want journalists to be in the know?" No, because he's a dumb fuck. He clearly doesn't even process information properly. He lies and hides things documented, and he's like hiding some of the shit that he should be reporting on, and then fucking reporting on shit that he thinks he's uncovering in WWE. It's madness. It's ass backwards. So again, he's explaining Tony's booking logic. And imagine you have Samoa Joe in your company and he's your buffer between fucking Hangman and some like
sense. It's long-term planning where Joe would be the one to beat Hangman with a screw job. Hangman, hook interfering and all that stuff. So, that was like the main gist of everything. And then, Hangman, MJF won in the 4-way where he doesn't beat Hangman. So he's never beaten Hangman. So because of that, I don't see anyone beating Hangman until he gets his shot at MJF.
Yeah, fair enough. And like AEW, we also saw John Moxley recently. Like he went to a fucking draw or whatever. And then he like called the audible to fucking eat the move from Takeshita and shit. And you got to use shit like that effectively, and you got to use these wins and who has the title effectively. And Tone just doesn't know how to get there. Like there's got to be a guy that Tone goes, I want to get here by this date. Like I want this guy to be champion by this date as my top, whatever. And then there's people who can help him get there. But just hot potatoing your world title around with 12 other titles on the show and everyone's a double champ, and it couldn't be more meaningless. And this is all everything revolves around. And then Dave's like, "Oh, I think having a bunch of people looking for the title is helping the show out." Yeah, go figure. A bunch of people trying to get the crown jewel is more intriguing than everybody having crown jewels walking around and showing them off. It's so fucking ridiculous. So, yeah, the Valentine's Day Massacre, we covered that. Here is Dave talking about Dynamite in this extra long DMDMW. So glad you guys are here with me. Round of applause to the PWT universe. You guys are just
pretty incredible show overall.
I thought it was one of the better Dynamites in history.
Not only the best match on the show, but probably the best AEW match of 2026 so far. Ciampa and Kyle Fletcher for the TNT title.
Yeah, it was an awesome match.
This match was incredible. I mean, it was incredible.
The card on Saturdays is much better than tonight. But I'll tell you what, when this thing was over, it's like everything that he's got coming up, between this LA pay-per-view where they haven't announced the matches, but you can see kind of where the different things where they're going. I mean, we do know Young Bucks and FTR. The company feels really, really strong. They got Kenny Omega and Swerve next Wednesday in Sacramento, which I thought would be a pay-per-view match. It's going to be on TV. I mean, freaking Kyle.
If it was the Fed, oh, why is this on TV?
Fletcher and Mark Briscoe in Game 7 ladder match.
Game 7 ladder match? Holy fuck, you're a mark. No one cares. That's dumb. Everybody thinks it's dumb that that's happening.
Which was added to Saturday night show, which was already a loaded show. So it's yeah, man, it's really good stuff.
Oh man, so cute. And so here is Dave talking about the difference between how AEW and WWE book hometown talent,
whether they're baby faces or heels.
After saying not long ago that Sami Zayn's hometown was Saudi Arabia.
the difference in psychology of WWE and AEW in the sense that AEW builds this stuff up for the locals, whether they're baby faces or heels, to be baby faces in their home locale and win. Whereas WWE, the mentality from the, coming from Vince is they're in their hometown.
The mentality coming from Vince. He's not there.
This is an easy chance to get heat by beating up the hometown person.
Everyone wants to go, Vince would never do this to people. And then they want to go, well, this comes from Vince. Shut the fuck up.
And I mean, it's not like it's a right or wrong, and probably the best is a little bit of both anyway, but it's that is one real difference that I could tell you that's really obvious between AEW and WWE is, WWE, their writers, they're like they're taught like this is how you do it.
No. It's not that, Dave. It's not that. What it is WWE's not going to stray from their fucking plan too greatly if there's something locked in and they want to deliver the unexpected a lot of the time. But it doesn't mean that they're going to fucking send Bailey just because they're in San whatever the fuck. If they have someone they need to get over like Lash Legend, they're going to fucking get her over. It's a global thing. Now, it doesn't mean you don't lean into, we're in Saudi, so Sami Zayn, okay, his ethnicity or whatever, you trace his fucking, I'm not even sure the connection there, but when it comes to like, or his religion or whatever, pardon me, I don't mean to sound ignorant, but I am in that regard. I'll cop to it. But like, let's say he's in Montreal and he goes out there, like Sammy will lose a fucking match if they got to get Obafemi over. Yes, you want to lean into it. Some guys are going to get wins. Sometimes, here's the other thing with WWE and a lot of these companies and like AEW and shit. Now you have wrestlers from all over the world. So just because you're in Canada, not all the Canadians are going to win or should win. Just because you're in fucking... Now, can it happen on a freak night? Sure. There's UFC cards where they go to the UK and almost every fight has someone from the UK, at least in one corner, if not both. There's a bunch of fucking fights. Sometimes the main event are just some stars from wherever the fuck in the world because they're stars. And or whatever, maybe this co-main, you have a fight on there that's, hey, these two guys are, one guy's from Brazilian and one's American, but it's a banger. However the fuck you set it up, there's a bunch of hometown guys. Not every hometown guy's gonna win. There's fluke nights where a bunch of hometown guys win. And in fairness, Dave did say a bit of both is good. But just to be like, this comes from Vince or whatever, still to this day in 26, I just don't think, I think more what it is, it's not writers being trained where hometown guys get beat and that's the way it is. That's the way it is. Don't back down. Don't ever give in. Oh, that's the way that it is. I don't think it's that. I think it's just, if we're going to get someone over, we're going to fucking get someone over. Like, we're not only going to focus on this hometown thing. And sometimes when you have one person from a hometown on this Australia show, they had a handful of Australian people. You going to let every Australian win? That might, I don't know. If Tone does that all the time, then that's not a good thing either. Yeah.
This is just how you do it. You go to someone's hometown.
But to like attribute a fucking, like, I'm not shitting on Tone if all of the hometown guys win either. I don't give a fuck about that. But for Dave being like, that's just how they're brainwashed and trained to think from Vince, that, dude, they purged all the Vince stuff. Well, no, Michael Hayes is back there. And if you don't think that, blah, 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 blah. I don't know, man. They kick fucking directors and certain writers and hosts of TV shows. I just watched that Top Model Tyra Banks little 3-episode mini doc thing. They kicked her off that fucking show and it tanked. You know what I'm saying? You switch shit up and it tanks. Sometimes it succeeds and does even better. Some WWE's doing fucking really well, and I think they changed the guard up enough to where everyone goes, it's the Paul Levesque era, and we got a bunch of these fuckheads out of here. And according to everyone involved, Vince has no say in anything. So it's just cringe to keep evoking Vince and going back to Vince. All these sickos just want Vince to be involved.
And you beat them and you get heat on them. And in AEW, Tony's thing is always like, oh, they're in their hometown. We're going to make them look really good in their hometown, or home country in this case, because, Australia is a giant country. It's the same.
And that's exactly the fucking thing too. Hometown, well, home country. It's a giant country. Exactly. Exactly. And when you have a bunch of fucking Australians on the show, they might boo some and fucking cheer some. You have an Australian fighting an Australian. Then what the fuck do you do? You know?
Practically is the United States. Yeah. And Brisbane, you know, is not, you know, where Harley is from is not close to, it's 9 hours.
It just shows you, sorry. And again, it just shows you the lack of like, oh, in Japan, they're in Osaka, the hometown guys, because they're all Japanese. And what if some of them are from fucking Okinawa or Tokyo? What are you talking about? You know, is that the hometown guy? The best guy? Like, what, you know, it's just a fucking dumb thing to even, it's just an old dated thing to hometown, unless like you're actually from that fucking town. And even then, Miz has probably done more jobs in Cleveland than fucking anybody.
You know what I mean? It's really not her hometown, but we go with the idea that this was the home country for Fletcher. Yeah, Fletcher, for Harley, and for Tony Storm.
So it's the home country for 10 people. So just, this is the best idea. Ready? You just stick with what makes sense to get people over, that fits the narrative and the story that you're trying to paint on your fucking television show, and just put over, I'm sure if there's 3 Australians on the card, one of them's fucking bound to go over. And you can book one guy to get a fucking win. That's just thrown in there, you know? It's just like a dated, the idea is it's the home country. No, Dave, that's your like weird, outdated. It's not like you have one Austrian guy in Gunther and then you go to fucking Austria. Or, you know, it's like you have one German guy, Ludwig. So you fucking go to, and then you go to Germany. Oh yeah, let's just give him a match and give him a win. That's like a unique situation. Yeah, you're fucking all these Australians. The Iconics show up. There's like 5 Australians on the show. Buddy's backstage. Poor Buddy too. So moving along here, Dave Meltzer talks about All In London.
Hence, you know, that's exactly what they would do. I think I've talked about this. I think that from a strategic
standpoint, we already watched this part of me early in the show. This is the counter programming situation, and we already took a listen to that. So let's transition over to Dave Meltzer talking about WWE, and then we're going to get into him getting bitch slapped around by Booker T. I should have downloaded that song. I should have put Bad Bunny Booker T on my soundboard here for this in particular. So guys, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, nordvpn.com/ProWrestleTimes. And it's like 70% off, and you get like an Apple gift card, I think, if you sign up with my link below. I'm pretty sure that's the promotion they're running right now. Shout those out. Thanks everybody for being here. This is a long one. And I don't think I warned you, but that's what she said. Am I right? No? Anyone? Just me? Okay. So Dave and Bry talk about WWE, and they complain about Jade Cargill not defending her title once during her 100-day title reign.
Jimmy says, we're going to remain the best tag team in the game, but Jay, you need to qualify, win Elimination Chamber, and get back to being main event Jey Uso. So
how come he doesn't have to give up the tag team championship to go in the Elimination Chamber?
Well,
look at he's not even serious. Just the look on his face. He's like, I'm going to ask a retarded question. Why doesn't he have to give up the tag title to go in the fucking chamber? Because when has that ever been a fucking thing?
Well, this is not NXT.
Okay.
And Ava's gone. So we'll need someone.
Okay, yeah. Because that's good, but that doesn't make sense. Because Ava's gone and it's not NXT. Still coping over fucking Ava.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth it is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
They have no concept of like, hey, you're the Cage Warriors champion at 145 pounds and 155 pounds. The UFC's hiring you. You vacate those fucking titles, and now you start from the bottom and work your way up to the top of the 155-pound division of the UFC now. They have no concept of this whatsoever. They've absolutely no concept of NXT is the developmental call-up program. It is the AHL to the NHL. It's the minor pro league before you go to the major pro league. What the fuck don't you understand about this, retards?
Else to make bad decisions. So
Well, we'll
Robert
that.
Stone got that job.
Robert Stone's going to be doing plenty of things that make no sense.
Yeah. But I watched this and I thought, is Jimmy taking more time off? Is that why they did this?
Well, they didn't lose the belts. If they would have lost the belts.
No, but like they asked him about the tag titles, and his first thing was, Jay, you go and qualify. And
Well,
go
I
to
think
the
Jay's
chamber
just. I think Jay's just like in that match. So they're trying to
yeah, and his fucking wife is really prego, and they're gonna have a fucking baby. If they didn't have the baby, I'm not sure. I can't. How long ago was the announcement? I don't know how long she was pregnant. I'm not stalking their life, but like, hello, baby on board. There's a bun in the oven, Rizzo. You know, like
that match over. I mean, I think that if
Couple
he was going
fucks.
to be gone, they'd lose the belts.
It's possible.
Yeah.
But they would have been losing the belts to Otis and Tozawa, and I don't see that happening.
Well, they could have, if it was an emergency, they could have put it in there with, of course, you know, it's like what team? I mean, JD's not back yet. But I mean, they could have always lost it to the New Day. You know, that's an easy one.
Well,
and then meanwhile, fucking Xavier Woods is hurt. And then JD is back. Literally when was this? February 11th? So, I mean, fuck. What day was Raw on? Like the 12th or whatever? Or what was it? Sorry, the 16th? IR math. But it's like Raw was on the 16th. Fucking a few days later, right? Just a handful of days later, not even a week later. Fucking Xavier's out and JD McDonough's back.
Reality
Dave
is
just ass backwards.
Belts because
you think he would know? He knows everything about. He has all the updates on the injuries and shit. You think he'd know that?
You realize that Jade Cargill won her title 100 days ago?
Yeah, and she's going to do her first defense on TV.
She
I mean, she's
has
defended
not yet defended the title once.
Well, no, she's defended on house shows and she hurts people all the time.
Well, I'm talking on television.
my
On television, she hasn't
God.
defended it
No, I
once
know.
in
I know.
100 days.
Oh my fucking God, man. She hurts people all the time. Mitchin and BFAB got hurt on house shows. True. That is true. Now, was Jade sloppy shop and did she fucking hurt them? Possibly. Were those worked shoot injuries? I don't fucking know. They worked them and they shooted them into works, or however you want to phrase it, on TV a little bit. They alluded to she's hurting people. And for Dave to be like, she hurts people all the time. How many people did she hurt in AEW? Let me Google this. Did Jade Cargill injure people in AEW? Like, come on, man. She had 100 matches there. There were no credible, widely reported incidences of Jade Cargill legitimately injuring other wrestlers. Nor was she frequently accused of being unsafe in the ring while she was developing her skills. So now she hurts people all the time, but you're talking about she's had 3 matches in 100 days or whatever. Like,
Stupid idiot.
It just pisses me off.
Days.
How Dave just fucking buries people.
Jimmy says.
And then glazes others down to the fucking balls, dude. It's cooked. So, Dave Meltzer talks about, well, he buries WWE, we know, and he talks about Brody King's whereabouts, WWE looking at all the wrong reasons Mania sales are low. So again, he knows better than WWE about why the fucking, or whoever wrote this, doesn't matter what cuck he hired, who fucking shares a hive mind with him, wrote that. But Dave knows why the Mania sales are low. And he's going to tell us why and it has to do with Vegas tourism, according to Dave.
Vegas tourism is way down. 15%, I think, is the number that I last heard, which coincides with this being down, about 18% ticket sales, I think, 17, 18%. So I think that that has something to do with it. So they can blame their, they can blame their godfather for this one.
This one, though, not on Easter weekend, which should make it easier for
Yes.
some people.
Oh, yeah, for some. Yeah. It should be better.
Now let's hear if he keeps the same energy. Again, London is suffering from the same shit. You can just type it into Google. There's a bunch of fucking articles about it. Travelers are avoiding London per Google data. London losing billions of tourist spending. Tourism statistics. Accounting for, so it accounts for the tourism in 23 accounted for almost a quarter, 24.2%. Or let me see here. International visitor spending is below pre-pandemic levels currently and shit. So think about that, dude. And he won't keep the same energy. And I'm doing a whataboutism. I cop to it, but that's what fucking Dave does. We've covered 100 of them here tonight.
But it's not, they're not as popular as they were a year ago. That's just how it is. I mean, they're still at a very, very popular level. I mean, the gate at WrestleMania is going to be incredible. They're still, Monday in Philly, they were still, close to 14,000 people. So it's like by usual standards, like it's not the peak of a year ago. It's not the Attitude Era peak.
It's not the peak of a year ago. He keeps saying the peak. Holy fuck, man.
But from a historical standpoint, it's, much higher than, of the.
Meanwhile, John Cena, they just reported John Cena's last match. It was like the highest grossing all time. And everyone's like, why did they only do it in a 16,000? Imagine a 50, 70,000er. And then Cena comes out and says, yeah, doing it at WrestleMania in front of 50,000 people, that's selfish because that does nothing for the people on the card who worked hard to be there and moving forward, making it about me. That's not the right thing to do. You dumb fucks. Dave is like, oh, it's not the peak of last year. They just announced that they fucking crushed the last. So what happens when Mania with less people crushes the fucking, is that not a peak in some way? It's just crazy.
Of the last, let's say.
They ended the fucking year. They started this year and ended last year peaking harder. According to there was less people and it fucking grossed more than like all of their events. It's just nuts, man.
5 years or so of WWE, we're probably still at like the second or third highest year point.
Yeah, it's just constant coping. So more on WrestleMania. Brock Lesnar's reportedly listed internally to face LA Knight at WrestleMania 42 as of late January. And so Bryan Alvarez was talking about, the plan is to have Logan Paul in a tag with Bad Bunny. Well, guess what? The fuck I was allegedly 2 goddamn weeks ago to the day.
Allegedly.
So you're paying people. This is why people don't get it. Like, you're paying $14.99 to Dave, or come hang out with Phil Marks, and I'll just allegedly before it even fucking happens. But as far as this is concerned, I don't know. I can't. We'll just take Dave at his word for it, I guess. I haven't heard shit about it. So here's more on WrestleMania and Dave saying, "Oh, the plans change again. The plans are changing again, Brian." And he's talking about the criticism of Paul Levesque.
Before the Rumble, they had a complete card for WrestleMania. I was told that everything is up in the air. Essentially, the way it was described to me is, and this makes no sense, but this is how I was told, is that they're very disappointed with the advance. It's down about 18% 50% from last year at the same time. I think they'll still fill it, but they are disappointed. The problem is that they think that changing a card that nobody knows, because literally people only know one match. So changing the card.
Here, let's just see if this matches up here, right? So Dave Meltzer's like, tourism's down in Vegas. So by what percentage is tourism down in Las Vegas this year or last year? So tourism in 2025 fell by 7.5%. Now, fast forward a little bit. The region capped off a dismal tourism period with a by December, 9.2%. So almost 10% of tourism dropped off. Now, what did Dave just say? 18%. So, WWE's not peaked and all the shit, or are they just doing a show in Vegas and people don't want it to be in Vegas again? And a bunch of people last year were like, if it's in Vegas again, I'm not going. Hopefully it's in New Orleans and shit. That's what everyone was saying after last year. And then now with the current climate of shit, so 10%, like now in 26, what is Vegas down right now in tourism? Over 10%? And then WWE, Dave's saying 18%. So I'm not saying it's 1-to-1, but like, is that not more than likely a large effect considering WrestleMania largely, I don't want to say relies, but the reason so many people are at those shows as well is because of the tourism. Like people come from all over the world to watch WrestleMania wherever it is. And Dave has the answer right in front of him, but he's like, everyone's in a panic and it's unexpected and blah, blah, blah. And who knows if that's true, but it just seems like, it's doing, I didn't expect this one to do better. I did not expect this one to do better. When they said it was in Vegas again, I was like, okay, just copy an AEW essentially. They had the all elite fucking, do you guys remember that at the start of the, or at last year's Mania? When they promoted this one, Double or Nothing, we'll call it. When Triple H is like, we're doubling down. And then they had that like exclusive access to tickets or whatever the fuck it was. They called it the All Elite, whatever. And it had the black and gold text and all that. Like they were being ultra petty at that time as well. And even then I was like, I don't know if this is the right move. I think people kind of want it to go. I think Mania should be somewhere else. I've said that a billion times, but I don't know why Dave, he doom and glooms Mania and is like, the tourism's down and shit. And then he's like, everyone's freaking out, melting down essentially backstage. They're just worried because it's down 18% and they're off of their peak. It's not their peak anymore, which I mean, okay, maybe attendance wise in Vegas, they're not at their peak, but it's just interesting.
It's not like if they have a bad card out there and people aren't buying tickets.
I don't think it has anything to do with not announcing the card either, was the other point I wanted to say. Like they're in a position where they don't have to announce these cards. It's not like that's gone away. Dave just said it. 14,000 at a Raw. They're like, AJ Lee will be there. That's all they have to say.
That was the case. Yeah, sure. Think about changing the card. They don't have a card out there. So, there's been
I'll give Dave this though. If there was like a big marquee fucking match, okay, like he is right. If they are like, oh man, but they have that now, Roman Punk. But if they had got it out earlier, like Cena's retirement on this Mania, or even like AJ's retirement on this Mania, I could totally see that helping. And again, it's just funny though that Cena says in an interview recently, like, oh yeah, it's not the right thing to do. And same with AJ. He's like, I'm going to go out at a Rumble in January. I'm not going out on a Mania. AJ Styles, that they both get it. Imagine that. Two of the GOATs understand how to fucking build the business better.
Criticism of Paul.
They both helped turn Gunther into fucking Dr. Doom, dude.
As far as like not keeping, they keep changing the plans essentially, like Vince, but just they have a plan and then they changed the plan. Right now, everything is up in the air.
These prices are crazy. It's one thing if there were 20,000 seats and it's a hot ticket, but you're trying to sell, what, 50, 60,000 seats for two?
I agree fully on that shit. The gouging is pretty crazy, but until it stops working, and I would argue that this Vegas show isn't proof that it's even going to stop working. Location.
Great nights.
50.
And you're charging these crazy prices to get in. I mean, at some point, they'll probably lower the prices. But, you know, people have to make plans to travel.
That's the
thing. And they're not going to sit around and wait till the last week. If you wait till the
But Dave didn't say this about at Grand Slam. They're charging people $200 to go to this fucking show. And then turns out they're just giving away tickets and trying to file people in.
Last week and ticket prices go down, your flight's going to be sky high. And then you ain't going to be able to get a hotel at a decent price. It's too expensive right now.
Everything's
I feel like
too
they've
expensive
hit that
right now.
Point where these ticket prices may be too high.
Yeah, everything is up in the air, and who knows what's going to happen. And even Cody Rhodes and Drew is not a sure thing right now. And you know, all the other matches are not a sure thing. The only match that's a sure thing is CM Punk and Roman Reigns.
Nothing's a sure thing. Obviously. Which, yeah, they haven't locked anything. I guess he's right.
Before the Rumble,
they're waiting for someone to go into business for themselves like fucking Rhodes did and switch up the whole Mania plans. So Dave Meltzer says that there's reportedly said to be frustration within WWE creative due to constant changing plans. One person noted that the company should be sticking to its plans at this point. Liar! Moving along here. So Dave Meltzer talks more about WWE and shits on it and this and that. Here's a quote, though. He goes, there's been a lot of internal criticism of Paul Levesque as far as changing the WrestleMania plans like Vince, but they have a plan that they changed the plan and everything is up in the air because the feeling is that the attendance is Here's the thing, right? How do we know Triple H isn't in the business of just working motherfuckers the way he did with Seth? And like we saw in Unreal, how do we know that there's not a real element to that part of Unreal where they're just really working everybody and shit? And he's just holding his plans close to the vest because he doesn't want the shit leaked and things of this nature. And he's got something big planned. We don't fucking know. But I don't think with all of the years of success, I don't think they're just going to jump the gun and stray away from anything either. They typically have been announcing matches kind of late because why? They have to sell the chamber first. So you can't make all the matches. Like now we live in the social media age. If you announce, you can announce one big match, Punk Roman, because that's one where we're all like, oh, they're two superstars. They're two like fucking larger than life characters. We're always going to want to tune into that match and the story they're going to tell. And that's a marquee match, right? But if you just start saying like, oh, we're going to get Brock and this and shit, people will go, they'll get bored with it before we even see it. It's fickle fandom. It's the age of social media. It's the age of we have a PLE every fucking month. It's the age of, and these chuckle fucks are pretending like a huge plot point in the story they're telling every year isn't the chamber will determine 2 title challengers as well. And it's like, what are they going to start making? Oh yeah, here's the Intercontinental title match for WrestleMania. Why do that even now? Why do that now? You got to promote all these live Raws. You want people to just go, I'm not tuning in. I'm not even going to watch Raw this week because we already know what it's building up to WrestleMania, Instead, Dave, you out of touch goon, they're keeping it open. And this is why they do it this way. It's not because, Vince taught them. They're just being greedy and flipping up and ripping up and changing the plans. That's so fucking stupid. You need people to tune in every week still. So you just tell them all the fucking matches. What's the of WrestleMania before we're even at Chamber? What's the fucking point? We all have social media. You know, like what's the point of doing that before the Chamber even has? It's just so fucking stupid. It's just the news cycle is like a day now. Right? The news cycle's like fucking 10 minutes. So that's why you don't announce it all. You don't blow your fucking wad. If you got 2 or 3 of those marquee matches where it's like, holy shit, okay. But until now, or until then, pardon me, until at least after the Chamber. A month out, you don't start announcing shit. That's the way of the world now. It's all changed. Social media changed the game, Dave. I know you don't get that. Your clips, you kind of get it with your clips, I guess. You've been clipping. He's a clipper. So talking about how the game has changed a little bit, WWE's in the talks when these New Japan guys get free. It's not just like, oh, Tone's going to take them. Triple H and them are in the discussion. And Hiromu Takahashi and David Finlay are leaving Nuge. Where are they headed? Dave speculates, and he pretty much is like, they're just going to the Fed.
Hiromu's leaving. David Finlay's leaving. The minute this match is over, Finlay's got these tears coming down his eyes, and it's like, oh boy, that's it. He's been there for, I think, 11, and then he is going through the back. There was nobody who is a better technical professional wrestler than David Finlay. The guy is like...
Then why the fuck did Zack Sabre Jr. win the technical wrestler of the year or
he had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
That's the problem, Dave. Like your highest rated match isn't even your top 2 match of the year, but it got 5.5 stars. You're fucking... The best technical wrestler in the world isn't even in the top fucking 3 for... Maybe he was, but Zack Sabre Jr. wins the technical wrestler of the year. It's nuts, man.
He's this basic guy whose everything he does is at a different level from everybody else. It's like I don't know what it is. I mean, they always say he's a natural at this, personality-wise, professional, everything. It's just...
Damn, I thought this was the clip of him saying that they're going to show up in WWE, which is what he's been essentially saying, just stooging it. So speaking of people coming and going, AJ Styles is talked about here, and Dave says that AJ's kids is getting into wrestling, and it makes it a lot less likely he's going to AEW for the people who still hold out on that one. And again, why don't people want to take their kids to AEW? Unless you're the Rizzler.
AJ Styles. He left the door open in the Stephanie McMahon interview. I've won kind of get out of jail free card.
But he said, like, now, because of the way wrestling's changed, which I think is easier schedule, probably more money. And, everyone gets taken care of better. It's more professionally done than it was. It used to be carnival, business in a lot of ways. That he wouldn't at all mind his kids getting into wrestling, and even would probably encourage them. I don't know if he said encourage them, but he wouldn't mind. Whereas he said, like we made it clear before, it's not a business he would have wanted them to get into. But I mean, the one thing that you brought up to me earlier today, and I agree with you, is that makes it a lot less likely he's going to AEW for the people who still hold out on that one. Rey Mysterio was in that position 6-7 years ago.
6-7. And yeah, dude, him and Dom. Ray and Dom. And look what happened with Dom. That's why that's the fucking move. And Billy Gunn has to be fucking punching the air that the Gunn boys aren't in WWE. And Dave's actually right on this one, but it's funny that he doesn't view this as an indictment of fucking Tony Khan.
Tony Khan.
Now, Tony Khan hasn't done bad by Sting's son yet, but all the other kids like Brian Pillman Jr. and shit, he fucking botched. And like Brock Anderson got botched and shit. I think that Borden has been okay so far from what I've seen online and shit. I haven't really, he hasn't gotten any on him, but I think he'd obviously be better off in the Fed, ultimately. They might change his name or something lame, though, but who knows? Dominic Mysterio's fine. And the thing with AJ Styles is he will wrestle in a tag match with his son, and I think he'll pull a Rey Mysterio and actually fucking... Because he's going to have to win a few matches to get to the titles or get to, like, a match with his kid where, okay, that's our one and done. Maybe it's a one and done, who knows? But I bet he'll put his kid over one time, too. Put him over at a Mania or some shit like that. I don't think AJ Styles is like done. It'll be like a Ric Flair comeback maybe one day. But yeah, he's not going to go. Like, WWE will work this deal out. And AJ also knows, like, okay, if I want my kid to do this business properly, it's going to be in fucking WWE.
But in the end, his decision was made because of Dominic. You know, it's like, what would be better? You know, my son starting his career in AEW or WWE, and I think that he chose WWE with the trainings and everything like that, and it was the right choice. And I could see, like, from an AJ standpoint, if you're looking at that, that's a pretty good thing to say, like, I got a good thing here with WWE. I got a job for life.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah, he left
Always about the wrestlers and all this shit. Yeah, I mean, it is a good thing. Who you trying to convince, Dave? Everyone knows it's a fucking good thing. I got a job here for life, but what are you implying? That it's not fulfilling or anything like that? Like, you're a dickhead. So here's Dave talking about Joe Hendry, burying him a little bit. And again, these guys just don't understand the concept of, like, minor league in wrestling. They just don't get it. Like, Joe Hendry is incredibly popular, and they're keeping him. They can't just take all the fucking stars off of NXT at once. Like Oba and Javon and Trick can't all get called up. The literal reason everybody's watching every week is fucking most of the girls. And then, like, Javon and Trick and Oba and these guys, you call them all up at once. And then who are you going to have? What's the reason to watch the fucking show? Well, you got to have an Ethan Page there and a Joe Hendry there and whatnot. But here's Dave complaining about it, of course.
I would not have put the title on Joe Hendry. You know, he's like 36-ish, right? 35, 36. He should be on the main roster. It's like
nah. And he kind of is. He can just appear there. But nah. We need to get over this main roster call-ups. Obviously, I kind of backpedaled on that too. Like, I was talking a lot of shit. I was like, I'm done with the call-ups. Like, it's a C brand, whatever. But it is the fucking minor league. And let's face it, some of your vets get sent down. Sometimes you got to fucking send a guy down on waivers and hope nobody fucking claims them. If you guys watch hockey there or into hockey, right? Sometimes some of your vets got to go down to the fucking Bakersville Condors, and you got to make shit happen.
If that gimmick is marketable, and it is, you know, they're wasting the sands of.
They're wasting it. The sands of time, Bryan, Prince of Persia. Have you heard of the sands of time, Bryan? What a fucking dumbass.
Time of that gimmick are going very quickly.
No, it's not. This is what Dave and them said. Like, here's why they're just utterly wrong. That fucking song and everything got more over like 7 years or something like that. 7 years after Joe Hendry did that fucking song initially and did that gimmick, it blew up even bigger. And then he's in, like, the PUBG mobile game, and he's the pre-order to 2K, and it blew up. It's at the Rumble. Now WWE fans are singing it and they know it. And when you say Joe Hendry, he appears and everybody knows what it is. People calling him, predicting he's going to be at the Rumble, and they call it out and he shows up. It's not going down and down and down. And it's funny because Tone didn't keep Joe Hendry when he had the chance, when he bought ROH. And Dave said this in the past already. Fucking stupid, dumbass Dave already tried to say in the past that Joe Hendry shit was going to go down. And that wasn't the case. It ended up blowing up. So what they're doing is they're preserving it because it will get stale on the main roster. Dave, it'll get stale quickly. And he almost works better as a guy that's helping them on the CW and helping NXT, while also being able to pop up and excite people on the main roster as like a gimmicky kind of guy for now. It's the best of both worlds.
And he should be on the main roster before they go away. Because if they go and waste 6 months on Joe Hendry and NXT
before they go away, what the fuck is he saying? They need to put him on the main roster before they go away. Who's what? NXT? Or the fans go away? Oh, it's getting less popular. You just literally made that up.
Tell us what you know, you
main roster before they go away. Because if they go and waste 6 months on Joe Hendry and NXT and then bring him to the main roster, the whole peak of Joe Hendry will be so far back that
No, that's absolutely not true.
it's just like some
The peaks are done. All the peaks are done. Dave, the only peaks that are done are the fucking hairs in the center of your head that are done peeking through the fucking whatever follicles of hair you have left are done peeking through your fucking scalp.
Sometimes you got to strike when it's hot, and they already missed it because he was under contract to TNA and all that.
They missed it when it was hot because he's under, or did they make it hot? Did they make it hotter? He's just spurging. You're spurging.
So, but the longer they wait, the worse it's going to be for Joe Hendry on the main roster. So I just don't think he, at his age, I don't think that he should be wasting time in NXT right now. That's just my thoughts. He should be, and look, they got guys on the main roster, that are gimmicks, and they do just well in their role as gimmicks.
But then you fucking idiots cry about it and cry about how our truth gets used, and people start going, Kit Wilson rules. And then people are like, can you imagine being a Fed drone loving Kit Wilson and shit? Stupid, man. Come on.
So I don't know.
What would Joe Hendry do right now at this very moment? Or do you save it for the Raw after Mania? He drops the title at Stand and Deliver. He pops up on the Raw after Mania on Netflix. Say his name and he appears. And he goes for the IC title or something. Like, come on, man.
I just feel he should
use your head.
He should be in the main roster.
Use your goddamn head, Dave. What you feel is stupid. I'm going to tell you that right now. So Dave Meltzer says about Chelsea Green's ankle injury was a bruise and not a break. And while she did miss last night's AAA show where she and Ethan Page lost the mixed tag team titles, I don't expect her out for too much time. But yeah, she's been out. Hopefully she comes back soon. Here's Dave Meltzer's thoughts on Cody Raheem Rhodes. And I'm sure that Dave Meltzer will talk about his black friend or something, the way he's like, Garrett Gonzalez is a quarter Mexican and he doesn't know Bad Bunny. I'm sure Dave Meltzer's gonna fucking drop some culture.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Oh, Cody Rhodes, he thinks he's one of those people, Bryan. A Cuervo, all these rappers, Bryan.
He called himself Raheem.
Yes.
So the deal is both he and McIntyre knew.
So the deal is, the size of his cock. Like, come on, bro. You're really going to
Monday that, they had to do a response, especially McIntyre. Because, he
did a good response later.
Yeah. But Cody, I think, felt for the brand and for himself that he had to as well, because it was like, if it is Drew and Cody, which on Friday it was, if that was the case, they're in the other main event, and their main event can't be a secondary match. It has to be, they both have to be primary matches. And the nature of the Punk and Roman Reigns promo was, we're the main match and the other guys are a secondary match.
No, that's not what the promo is, buddy. He's just making shit up.
Just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
We're the main match and the other guys are the under match. Bro, it's 2 nights of WrestleMania, 2 fucking big marquee title matches, you dumb fuck. The Rhodes one will be maybe a triple threat or something, like Dave was saying. They'll figure out a way to spice it up. And either way, it's Rhodes and Drew or Fatu. They'll crown them, whatever. All these guys are super over. And Dave's like, the way they just Punk and Roman's the main thing. It's like, yeah, it's 2 nights. They are in one of the,
And SmackDown's a secondary show, which is not in WWE's best interest to tell people that SmackDown is a secondary show and that Drew McIntyre is the easy champion to beat. So
it's a work, Dave. It's a work.
He basically said that he did not use the term dick measuring, but he basically did. He said everything but with the word dick. And he just goes,
he said everything but the word dick.
And you should be very happy that I
They
wasn't.
said everything but horsecock, and AEW fans chanted horsecock at Mike Bailey. So you know what that means.
The best
Brian.
guy is Tony Khan.
Involved because they call me Raheem. So some people didn't like it, but in Charlotte, North Carolina, it got a big pop.
Some people didn't like it. He'll sit there and like not even criticize MXM, and all they do are like these fucking cringy ass sex jokes, played out cringy, inappropriate jokes. He doesn't care. They're chanting horsecock. Oh, it was great, Bryan. Fucking the Raheem Rhodes. He just looks all disappointed. I mean, I don't know why he'd want to be a rapper, Bryan. I have no idea why he'd want to be one of those people. There was too many of those people.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
Holy man. So Braun Breaker has a hernia issue. He'll be out for a while. And here's Dave Meltzer's Google search assessment.
Braun Breaker is out of action for the foreseeable future with hernia surgery.
He has had this issue for a while. He needed emergency surgery. It couldn't wait. Had the flare up, I guess, in the last couple of days. There's no timetable for a return. It's usually not like, like they were talking about career ending. I think that's kind of a exaggeration.
They were talking about career ending. Nope. So somebody pulled Dave's card. It might have been Meltzer said what? It probably was. And if you just type in hernia injury or whatever the fuck, Google, like the first thing that pops up is like, 6 weeks. It could be career ending, but athletes come back in 6 weeks. So Dave's like, they're talking career ending. And you just quickly Googled it, man. Stop fucking.
Like they were talking about career ending. I think that's kind of a exaggeration. He'll come back. It could take a couple of months,
So he just made up something to then debunk something he made up to validate himself. What a fucking redact, man. I need to screen grab that
before he comes back, depending on a lot of different things. But that had nothing to do with the Royal Rumble being out. Like, if people are going like, that's why they did the thing at the Rumble. It's like, it had nothing to do with the Rumble, even though.
Yeah, I blew out my hernia. I'm just like Braun Breaker and Terry Funk.
Yeah, he probably had it long before that. But, it had nothing to do with any bookings, anything that they were doing. And then, it was just like he got checked out and had to have emergency surgery. So that's the basic story on that. And, that's he'll be out for a while.
He's trying to add all this shit. He didn't say anything there. This is all day. This is a 2-second clip. Braun Breaker's hurt. He has a hernia. If you Google it, it says that 6 weeks, it could be career ending, but that it wouldn't be that because they have the best doctors. He's a freak athlete. Other athletes will come back, and he's going to be gone for a while. That's all you say, Dave. It says, they said it's going to be. I think that's exactly right. Except, it's like, I'll. Fuck, man. What a carny goof. So, speaking of carny goofs here, Booker T, and he's not a carny goof. Wrestlers, he's not a goof, but I think, wrestlers are carnies, right? But he's not a goof. But Dave Meltzer is a carny goof, and Booker T had to remind him of that. Okay? And so on the Jericho Cruise, I want to go back in time to a time called the Jericho Cruise before it left AEW, right? Before Jericho stopped booking AEW people on it. And thank God Meltzer said what dropped these. Very topical, very relevant, because, Booker T was recently in 2026, 2025, I guess. We're jumping all over the place. Time Cup! He was voted like the worst commentary guy. And everybody was like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Dave, you and your readers could not be more vanilla and out of touch. And so Dave obviously has a vendetta against Booker, just in general. He always has. And Booker T responded to these bullshit ass awards, which also, by the way, they had Vic Joseph rated like second or third worst commentator. And it's like, he's the fucking best in the game. When everyone's done, when everyone who's currently doing it right now is done, he'll be the one standing tall. He'll be the fucking standard bearer. And he's so goddamn good, and you know he's so good because when they throw him on Raw and shit, he just slips right in, knows all the storylines, doesn't bumblefuck his shit. I remember seeing Vic Joseph when he was doing he was ring announcing the fucking house shows, like calling the people down to the ring and shit. So Vic Joseph rules and Booker T rules. I mean, listen, if you're like, hey man, in my opinion, I don't like it. I get why people do. You don't even have to qualify by saying I get why people do. If you're just like, I don't really like Book, that's fine. But to say he's worse than Excalibur, man, or like Danielson won the best. And like, again, I'm not trying to lower one to raise another. But like, I bet Bryan Danielson will tell you Booker T's a better color commentator than he is, or announcer, or whatever they fucking call it. So, but again, all over the place, Time Cop. A handful of years ago, Dave Meltzer got verbally smacked by Booker T, and he's had a vendetta against him ever since. And Booker T was like, "Can you dig it, sucker?" And Bischoff buried Meltzer with a story from the Jericho Cruise. Let's read here. So this is from Josh-a-Mania. This is on the message boards. This is on Dave's message boards. So this is back in 2020. Bischoff burying Meltzer with a story from the Jericho Cruise. So this guy here, Josh-a-Mania, says, I also posted this in the Bischoff 83 Week Show thread on the radio shows board, but no one goes there. And I didn't want this to get lost. Bischoff buried Dave around the 28 mark of today's show, saying that he's glad he didn't run into Dave on the Jericho Cruise, and it's because Dave's a pussy, and he was avoiding Bischoff. Oh, shit. Bischoff said he's afraid of what he would do if he ran into Meltzer. He also told a story that was relayed to him by Chavo, who is a known Dave hater, and later backed up by Booker T. They're all just haters, man. They're all just haters. So listen to this fucking story of Dave getting absolutely felted and overstepping his fucking boundaries of what he is in the pro wrestling world and landscape here. Right? So supposedly, Dave walked into a room and saw Ric Flair and Booker T sitting at a table eating or something. Imagine it, dude. Nate and King Booker are sitting at a table and you're like, I'm one of the boys. Well, I am being paid to be here, Booker. So Dave walks into the room, sees Flair and Booker sitting at a table eating or something, and Dave went to sit down with them and talk. Booker supposedly went off on Dave, and he tucked his tail and ran like the pussy that he is. Also, Booker was probably like, get the fuck out of here, man. You know, he's probably like, yo, I'm about to whoop that trick. Yeah, I'm about to whoop that ass, dude. Can you tell me he did not just sit down? You know, like he was about to whoop that. I'm sure he told him to leave, to give Dave a bit of, you know, I wouldn't want that ass whooping. I wouldn't want those hands from Booker either. You know what I'm saying? Especially 6-7 years ago. 6-7. It's everywhere. It's a conspiracy, I'm telling you. No. Booker went off on Dave. So think about Dave walks into the room, sees Flair and Booker T, and goes and sits down with them. Hey, can I eat a meal with you boys? I'm one of the boys. Where's catering? The chicken and catering. Hey, Booker, did you know that I have a hip injury and I'm just like Terry Funk? Fuck, man. What a clown. So we move along. Dave responds. And he responds to Sting for Life. And this is what Sting for Life says. Wasn't Stevie Ray mad at Dave for the comments about Harlem Heat in the Hall of Fame last year? Could be that. Man, shut the fuck up. It's because he's a silly mark and Booker T's not. Booker T doesn't take shit. Either way, Booker doesn't come off good in this. And Eric talks a lot of shit for someone Flair slapped around back in 2002. Okay, so I don't believe Flair ever slapped Bischoff around. I don't think that's ever been a thing. Booker does come off good in this because it's about respecting fucking boundaries. And Dave thinking he's like in the biz because people trying to get over, go into business for themselves and have stooged him shit. And then Dave goes, I met Stevie a few months back. He wasn't happy, but at the end of the day, he was super nice about it. Okay. So this guy says, so there was no confrontation with Booker on the cruise, or are we just not discussing it? And then Dave goes, there were words. Flair diffused it quickly. And the only actual confrontation was 2 other people, and that was over in 5 seconds. Oh my God.
Dummy. Yeah.
Just Booker being like, can you dig it? It wasn't just Booker. It was 2 other people were like, man, fuck this guy, dude, man. Get the fuck out of here, Dave. You know what I mean?
Fucking Mark.
And they're like, fuck this dude. Right? 2 other people. Flair had to defuse it. Booker wanted to slap him around, and 2 other people were like, nah, man, you gotta get out of here. Shit. There were words. As in what? You went back at Booker T? Well, I except Tony Khan. Except Bryan. Where's Bryan? Quick,
Bryan.
someone get me Bryan. Oh, shit. There's a thread on the board about Booker T supposedly confronting Meltzer on the Jericho cruise, told via Bischoff in 83 weeks. Dave hasn't denied or acknowledged it happened, but has made other posts in the thread, including this about Stevie Ray. So now we fast forward to today. Time Cop! And Booker T has words in response to Dave Meltzer. And he actually tells the story from his perspective, which we're going to get first. Then we're going to look at Matt Coon's fucking girly response to this conference, 2 men having a fucking argument. And then we're going to get, maybe it's one-sided, but, fucking, come on, dude. Sack up. No. And then we're going to get into Booker's response to being named the worst wrestling commentator of the year. Actually, let's do Matt Keen. We'll do his fucking response first, actually. So this is what Matt Keen had to say on Matt Keen Music. Booker bragging about physically intimidating Dave and threatening to do so again is much worse than anything Dave did in this instance. Sure, the category should go, but Dave didn't threaten anyone. Sense of perspective needed here. And Raj Giri was like, I mentioned this a few days ago, but the backlash over Booker T receiving worst announcer is completely warranted. IMO granted, it's Dave's readers that voted for it, but Dave's choice to have those awards. And it's also Dave's choice to influence those awards. He really should drop the negative categories, at least ones that, he can have whatever categories he fucking wants. But as far as Matt Keen saying Booker bragging about physically intimidating him, come on, man. It's 2 fucking guys having a confrontation. He told him the fuck out of here. Like, what are we doing here, man? Like, him bragging about it. He's not bragging about it. He's laughing about the fucking story. He never put it public. Eric Bischoff put it public. Chavo confirmed it. Dave sort of confirmed it, said 2 other people had a problem with it. Now he's laughing about it almost a decade later. What is it, 2027? What year are we in? No, I don't know. Time Cop. I'm lost in the time loop. It's 2026. Like, how many years ago is this, buddy? Like, this guy's always just fucking crying.
Emotional damage.
And then I posted this. SAWFT. Soft. And so here's Booker T telling the story from his perspective, B.
Get out of there.
And shout out the Hall of Fame. Shout out Brad Gilmore and Booker T.
Get out of there. He's like, hey, man, I'm down here, such and such and such and such. Come hang out with me and have a drink. And I was like, oh, man. I told Charmel, I was like, baby, Ric Flair's calling. And when Rick calls, I'm going. You know what I mean? It's just part of, what I do with Rick Claw. He already know what I'm drinking. It's already there waiting on me. It's like that. I swear. It's double jacket coke. Yeah. And as I get down to being Rick, Charmel. It's just us three. We're in this room. We're just chopping it up, talking, laughing, having some fun. And lo and behold, who walks in? Dave Meltzer. He has two people with him. It was a girl and a guy. And he said, "Hey, Rick," and Rick goes, "Hey, Dave," and Dave comes over, and Dave actually takes a seat with us. And I'm like, wow, Dave Meltzer, you know what I mean? It was Dave.
Booker's like, are you sure?
Are you sure about that?
You sure you want to sit there?
Booker, I was like, yeah, Dave Meltzer. And something just came over me at this point, because this was the first time I ever met Dave Meltzer before. And I go, Dave Meltzer. I said, Dave, you've quoted me before, and we've never met. We've never had a conversation. How can you quote someone and you've never had a conversation?
See, dude, Dave is like, oh, I was a pro. He won't talk about it because he got called out on his shit. Like, you're fucking lying about people. You're lying about people. You've quoted me. We've never even met or spoke before. He thinks you're a dumbass. What makes you think you can sit down with him? What makes you think you're fucking peers? When you're lying on this dude, at least when I'm roasting you, Dave, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt sometimes, and I'm not lying on you. How are we supposed to trust anything you say when this is like the 100th fucking guy over the years to say Dave quoted shit when he never even talked to me?
I said, and I just got so upset, and I just looked at him and I go, man, all these years, I just want to tell you, you're a piece of what. I said, no, you really are. You really are. You really are a piece of what. And I said, and I got so mad, and I said, man, I could rip your ears off right now. I really could. I could rip your ears off right now. And and then I composed myself. And
Dave was like, whatever, just don't squish a banana in my face.
Friend goes, man, I've been in a bad situation before, and I think this is a bad situation. I think we should leave. And I go, yeah, Dave, I think you should leave. Dave Meltzer.
But Dave, there were words like he was in the mix arguing. Well, actually, Booker, if you actually, look into it.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too,
without saying a word. He never, defended himself or never said.
So Dave said, "Oh my God, we got him in a lie. We got him in a lie. We got him in a fucking lie, dude." There were words exchanged. He's like, he never said a goddamn thing. I just yelled at him, told him I'd rip his ears off, and kicked his ass out.
He didn't do what he did, which was quoted me. And him and I had never had a conversation before.
Good,
I don't think it's right for a journalist quote someone, someone, and they've never had a conversation with them before. And he said other negative things as well. And that was the first time I ever had a chance to sit down with him and sit across from him.
Man, that is so funny. That's at least Booker's recount of what went down. And here's Booker's reaction to being named the worst wrestling commentator of the year.
Like I say, maybe this is just the way he really feels, or maybe his network of people in their award, rankings, whatnot. Maybe that's what they feel about me. But I get it. I'm not your cup of tea. All right, I'm not your cup of tea. I'm not the guy that's normally in the booth. Okay, and I don't want to call it a race card or anything like that. But there aren't that many black commentators. There aren't too many people that talk like me.
Exactly. And here's the other thing too. Like, it's not even necessarily a race thing. It's culture, but it transcends to pop culture. And what hip hop is doing is what people are kind of into. And it's like the way people speak. Have you ever looked at like the way that Tempest guy tweets? He's a Canadian wannabe luchador from Canada, and he tweets like, he grew up in the fucking hood his whole life. It's like, it's just kind of, it's the flavor, it's the seasoning. And again, it's not even necessarily a race thing. It's just like a younger person. I don't even know how to fucking phrase it, but that's what it is. And I'm glad Booker is saying like, no, it's not a race thing, but like I bring a certain flavor. And it's like, yeah, dude, it resonates with people. That's with younger people and shit. It's why it's doing so well on CW, and they're ecstatic about it. And it's why it translates. and he's helped get guys over. He helped get Vaquer's move over. He's helped get Trick Williams's entrance. Trick Williams did Booker T's parts to his own fucking entrance because people miss it so much, and clearly Trick does too. And it resonates. It fucking works, man. Booker knows what works. And again, he's got his ear to the streets, as the kids would say. He's tapped in because he's training all these kids in fucking ROW and whatnot as well. He knows what's working. He's expanded ROW, more YouTube shows, 2 different brands, working with all these people. He's got his finger on the pulse more than a fucking Dave Meltzer, and more than the fucking people reading and voting on the Observer, at least voting on it. Everyone who reads it, shit, I read it sometimes, but it's like everyone who fucking votes on that, like, clearly, again, it's just being out of touch. It's like, what do you want? Do you want Jim Ross? It's called the Jim Ross Award. You want another commentator sound like this, King? Which is totally fine. Like, I love JR when he's commentating in peak form. I miss it. I miss him and King. But it's like, we can't go back to that. How do we go back? I think Vic Joseph and Booker T is one of the greatest pairings. I think it's probably my favorite pairing overall. I don't know. Here's the thing. Graves in AAA does really good shit. He's just good in general. I would say maybe Barrett and Tessitore is my least favorite pairing, but Book and Vic, they fucking rule together, man. And it's something about their energy back and forth and what they both provide, where like Booker's over the top and Vic is like the straight guy. It just works, man. And it's resonating with young people. And Dave was just saying, like Joe Hendry's old. He needs to get out of NXT and all this shit. And it's like, I don't know about, like, I just think your takes are off. I think you're old,
As far as, I do talk street a lot, I do bring that street knowledge to the booth, and I can't talk like, Big Joseph or Michael Cole, none of these guys, I can't do it. I'm just me. And if you like it, you like it. And the thing is, a lot of people like it. Okay, I can tell you that right now. A lot of people, it's like gumbo. Somebody like Meltzer, he's probably never had a bowl of gumbo in his life.
He didn't know nothing about the roux. He didn't know about the roux.
Exactly. You know what I mean? And if he have had it, it was chicken gumbo. you feel what I'm saying? So I understand some people's, tastes.
He's never had gumbo.
So it's
he doesn't know about seasoning.
Don't think I don't understand people. Don't think I don't.
Yeah, Dave, I mean, I just served you like a bowl of gumbo today, and so did Booker T. And until you have some gumbo with some seasoning, we don't fuck with you, dude. And we will continue to play flutes and revolt. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer Dumb. Moment of the week. I've been your host, Phil S. Marks, and I will see you guys on the next one. Peace and love.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. You're overdue. I just felt it's something that makes you look good, and that's cool, and I'm all for it, but I think you need to tone this down because now it's getting intrusive to the show. But they can go in the afternoon for a U.S.
Hold
show,
on a second.
As they did there, and they can do 180,000 buys for an afternoon show, which they've also done for All In. So
okay,
we know they can do. We know they can do big.
Can I continue this before you cut me off? We know one thing.
Yes.
We know it might have done well because it went on first.
I'm not saying it would.
Here's my thing, Dave.
But here's wait. Okay, here's the thing. Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I mean, it didn't mean anything to me. It was just a match.
That's the problem, Dave. It should mean something to you.
Give him a quick squash win just to show that, he's not a loser.